Chapter 45-65. With a thought, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. He turned around and looked at the 12 light balls that were hovering in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away from Farmer God Cauldron. Yi Xian. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense also sounded at this moment. He deliberately revealed a strong sense of ferocity and disdain. Old fogies, I advise you to disperse as soon as possible. With just you guys, you can only trap this Star Master at most, and it's meaningless. You're just a few great beings from the primordial era. This Star Lord will only need a year at most to kill you all. When they heard these words, the existences within the 12 spheres of light felt their hearts skip a beat. The violent ape actually took the initiative to provoke them at a time like this. It was clear that it was certain, even complacent, that it was indeed confident. In fact, the raging ape was being very conservative. According to their speculation, it would take at most half a year for the raging ape to have the power to be fearless of them. By then, he would be able to walk out of Farmer God Cauldron and leave. Heart bewildered, the powerful existences in the 12 balls of light began to communicate with each other through telepathy again. The raging ape wouldn't make a sound for no reason. What is he up to? He's deliberately trying to infuriate us. Furthermore, he deliberately said that it would take 1 year to confuse us. Don't forget the raging ape's purpose. He's been hunting Universe Supreme Beings recently. Now that we're here, there are 8 Universe Supreme Beings among the 12 of us, that's right. He must have his eyes on us. He can't do anything to the 4 great beings from the primordial era, but he's tempted by the other 8 Universe Supreme Beings. What a greedy guy. He's still thinking about killing Universe Supreme Beings at this time. He has the power to do so, okay? Give him half a year, and he'll be able to do all this. Now, he's deliberately provoking us and infuriating us. He's probably hoping that we'll retreat in the face of difficulties. When the 8 Universe Supremes disperse, it'll be a pity for him. Damn it. This raging ape is too bold. What should we do? Provoke him. The starry sky ferocious ape has the most violent disposition. Infuriate it and fight it. Moreover, the earlier the better. In this way, the chances of smoothly killing it will be higher. Exactly, the starry sky ferocious apes possess violent natures, and this is the only feasible method. But we can't be too extreme. We have to allow him to see a slight hope of successfully hunting them, yet it isn't too dangerous. Challenge. Challenge him to a fair one-on-one battle. This is our only chance. All of a sudden, the powerful existences within the 12 canopies reached a consensus. Very soon, someone spoke up, but the 4 great beings didn't say anything. It was the other 8 Universe Supreme Beings who were mocking them. They even ridiculed Yi Xian for throwing the face of the violent ape clan. He definitely had the bloodline of a cowardly tortoise running through his veins. He only dared to hide within the protection of the Fictional cauldron and make a ruckus. If he dared to come out, anyone could blast him apart with a single punch. Among the ferocious beasts, how could there be a clan of cowards? These words were simply the most malicious form of humiliation, and even ordinary ferocious beasts were unable to endure it, let alone a Starsky ferocious ape. Howl! Yi Xian, who was right in the middle of it, was overjoyed. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he was like a real violent ape as he raised his head and roared, filled with hatred and anger. It seemed that this violent ape was enraged, had lost its mind, and was extremely ferocious. Damn it. Aren't you just a late-stage supreme? What are you all so smug about? After a roar, the violent ape stood up at the entrance of the Fictional cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He walked around and roared, even if I'm only a 6th-level Universe Supreme now, I can still kill you all. Just you wait. When we meet one another time, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. I'll kill 1 on sight and torture 2 on sight. Hearing this, the powerful beings within the 12 canopies knew that they had a trick up their sleeves. The 4 great beings from the primordial era immediately transmitted their voices to the other 8 universe supreme beings to add fuel to the fire. They had to provoke this violent ape so that he would propose a challenge. Ha ha ha. Shameless. Another time. That sounds better than a song, but in reality, you're just scared. We're here today. If you really have the ability, why don't you come out and fight? If you don't dare to come out, you're a coward. I can come out and fight, but you. Suddenly, the violent ape paused, and the fury on his face subsided. He seemed to have regained some rationality. But there are so many of you, and you're all around. If I go out, won't I be in danger? Don't tell this master of the stars that you dare to enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron and fight with this master of the stars inside. If that's really the case, then let's fight. This master of the stars will definitely torture you until you doubt life. If you really dare to fight, we'll have a fair fight. Although you have the blood sea technique, we're not weak either. We'll teach you how to write the words coward. Howl. Don't call me a coward. I'm the violent ape of stars. The starry sky tyrant ape was completely infuriated by Li Mu's mockery. It roared, let's fight, but it has to be a fair one-on-one battle. I swear on my Taoist heart that I will never use the power of the Blood Sea's clone, but you have to swear that except for the one who accepts the challenge, the rest can't interfere. Otherwise, your cultivation will stop, and you won't be able to make any progress. Including the 4 ancient beings. Even if they don't join the fight, they have to swear an oath. After all, you're on the same side. Hearing that Yi Xian had finally taken the bait, the powerful beings in the 12 light clusters were relieved. They were delighted. Their original goal was only to enrage the violent ape and make him agree to a battle. They never thought that this fellow's temper would be so violent to such an extent that they would swear an oath to never use the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique's cloning ability. Now, he couldn't condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the power of a 6th-level Universe Supreme. That way, any one of the other 8 Universe Supreme Masters would have a 60% chance of capturing one of them. After all, these 8 Universe Supreme beings were all at the later stage of this level. Even the weakest one was at the 7th level of Supreme Being. Once they thought of this, they no longer hesitated. It was as if the violent ape had calmed down. After regaining their composure, they immediately changed their words. In an instant, all of them spoke out. With their Tao hearts and cultivations, they followed Yi Xian's request and swore an oath. 1. After they were done, one of the 12 light clusters shot 300 million miles forward. It was only 200 million miles away from the Fictional cauldron. While the other 11 light clusters retreated another 500 million miles. Now, they were 1 billion miles away from the Fictional cauldron. Chapter 45-66. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. As the other 11 light clusters all retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away from the Fictional cauldron, the light cluster that came to fight also blasted forward, reaching a distance of 200 million miles away from the Fictional cauldron. Tight then, the light cluster dissipated, and the existence that had been hibernating in the light cluster revealed its figure. To Yi Xian's surprise, it turned out to be a red-topped snapping turtle. There was a large red cuticle on the top of its head, which looked like a short horn, giving a very hard feeling. Stunned after a while, the starry sky violent ape that was still at the mouth of the Fictional cauldron, which was still enshrouded in 9-colored fog, jumped up again in an instant. It roared like thunder, on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. You actually sent a coward. We have already agreed to fight, but you still humiliated me like this. You all deserve to die. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. In the roar, the starry sky violent ape's shoulders shook, and it rushed out of the mouth of the Fictional cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog in an instant. Its size instantly skyrocketed to 60 million miles, and it threw a punch at the red-topped snapping turtle. In fact, although the violent ape seemed to be angry as if it had lost its mind, its words were not wrong. The reason why this group of guys sent the red-topped snapping turtle out to fight was to provoke it and make it lose its mind as much as possible. If, in this way, the chance of capturing it in a battle would be greater. You are wrong, I am a red-topped snapping turtle, a snapping turtle, do you understand? It is very fierce, not comparable to a coward like you. The ferocious ape was clearly even more furious. The vicious plan had worked. The red-crowned crocodile was overjoyed and added fuel to the fire. As he spoke, he had already leaped into the air. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he met the ferocious ape's fist head-on. Bang! Boom! The two figures collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering roar sounded. The red-topped snapping turtle was blasted back 100 million miles. Its figure was a little embarrassed, but it was not injured at all. While the starry sky violent ape with a size of 60 million miles was also blasted away by this punch. It only stopped when it was near the Shannon cauldron. Although it was also not injured, it was blasted back 150 million miles. It was obviously at a disadvantage, but it was not so obvious. Ha! I didn't expect you to be as powerful as a 7th-tier universe supreme. No wonder you are so arrogant. After a punch, they were almost evenly matched. Such a result made the pill-top snapping turtle feel quite surprised. He sized up the violent ape from head to toe. This instantly then did he feel relieved and continued, I understand now. It's because of your large size that you possess an even more boundless chi and blood force. It's almost as if your true combat strength has been enhanced by a small level. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Today, I'm still going to torture you until you start doubting life. While speaking, the red-topped crocodile turtle's body swayed, and in an instant, it transformed into a fine ray of light. It violently shot, and once again collided with the violent ape. Although his cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the universe supreme level, he had been in this state for quite some time. He was definitely not someone who had just entered the 7th level. In addition, this violent ape had a violent temperament. If he were to provoke him further, he would definitely reveal his flaws. Therefore 4, the red-crowned snapping turtle was quite confident about the outcome of this battle. Now, all he needed was time. In reality, he needed time. Wasn't Yi Xian the same? Just now, just this one punch, Yi Xian had exerted all his strength. The qi and blood force and true yuan in his body were completely stimulated. After one punch, his whole body was simply incomparably comfortable. However, on the surface, he did not dare to show this kind of comfort. Instead, he appeared even more irritable, jumping and roaring in the void. When he saw the red-topped snapping turtle rushing over again, he did not hesitate at all. In an instant, he roared and rushed up again. Boom! Rumble, in the sky, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding, and it was getting more and more intense. Gradually, it became like a raging fire. Unknowingly, 2 days passed in a flash. The beings in the 11 light clusters that had retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away did not make a move. They had actually made a Tao oath. On the other hand, in these 2 days, the violent ape of stars had clearly become more and more weak. According to this development, in another day or so, as long as the red-topped snapping turtle had the opportunity to attack, it would be enraged. Next time at that time, it would be able to see through the violent ape of stars' mistakes and seriously injure it. In these 2 days, Yi Xian's entire heart was incomparably happy. It was too comfortable. It had been a long time since he had such a vivid battle. Although his body was already slightly injured, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested. However, for the sake of the second battle, Yi Xian did not show this kind of joy. He had to leave hope for his opponent. Therefore, although he could withdraw now, he endured it. Otherwise, if it was too abrupt, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion, and the second battle would be uncertain. At this time, the red-top snapping turtle would definitely not know that he was thinking about how to enrage the violent ape of stars so that it would lose its mind in rage and reveal a flaw. But in fact, the violent ape of stars was also thinking about how to find an opportunity to deliberately reveal a flaw so that the opponent would slightly injure it. Only in this way could Yi Xian take advantage of this opportunity to retreat into the Shinong cauldron without arousing suspicion. And, this time, they almost succeeded in capturing him, so they must be unwilling. Maybe they were even looking forward to the second battle. With each of them having their own thoughts, this earth-shattering battle continued for half a day. Finally, therefore, the most suitable opportunity came. Yi Xian still maintained his irritable state. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he deliberately revealed a small flaw to the opponent. Now! At this moment, the red-top snapping turtle's eyes lit up, and he was secretly happy. Without hesitation, his speed suddenly increased by 30%, and he slammed into the lower right abdomen of the violent ape of stars. Damn it! Bang! The violent ape of stars pretended to suddenly react, but it was already unable to completely avoid it. It could only turn sideways to avoid being hit in the vital parts. Then, the red-top snapping turtle slammed into its outer left thigh. Shocked! In the loud noise, a small part of the violent ape's thigh exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. But, its body, under the inertia of this collision, went with the momentum, and in the blink of an eye, passed through the Shinong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and entered the space inside the cauldron. Dang! Then, while its body flew backward, the violent ape of stars roared indignantly, and it did not stop for a moment. Anyone who heard it knew that it was on the verge of going berserk. Just a little bit more. Seeing the violent ape's figure disappear and fall into the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, it actually went directly into the space inside the cauldron. It seemed to be extremely frightened, and a little scared out of its wits. The red-top snapping turtle's face suddenly showed a touch of regret. Chapter 45-67. With the end of the battle, the figure of the violent ape shrank as it flew backward. After falling into the mouth of the Shinong cauldron, it directly entered the space inside the cauldron and disappeared. Within the 11 light clusters watching the battle from afar, sighs were immediately heard. Damn it, we failed at the last step. Yeah, just a little bit more. This violent ape was slightly injured, but it was also because of this that made him feel fear. After flying backward and falling into the mouth of the cauldron, he actually directly retreated into the space inside the cauldron. Could it be that he was scared out of his wits and really intends to be a coward? If that's the case, then it's too much of a failure. Don't worry, there should still be a chance. Didn't you see that when he flew backward, he roared and was angry all the way? This violent ape should be hiding inside to heal his injuries. As long as his injuries are healed, he should come out again. That's right, the Starry Sky Violent Ape clan has such a temper. It's impossible for them to cower so easily. In other words, we still have a chance, but next time, someone else will have to go on stage. I didn't expect the majestic chi and blood in this violent ape's huge body to be so amazing. His cultivation is only at the 6th stage, but his combat strength is already comparable to the 7th stage. If not for this battle wouldn't have ended like this. In the next battle, let's let an 8th stage Supreme Master take action. This way, our chances of winning will be higher. Now we can only wait and hope that he will appear soon. Inside the cauldron. Swoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. High up in the air inside the cauldron, a figure descended. It was Yi Xian, who had shrunk his body to about 10 feet. First, the outer thigh that was smashed by the red-top snapping turtle had already recovered. This small injury was nothing to the Starry Sky Violent Ape that was 60 million miles long. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he secretly activated the domain of the Shinon cauldron to eavesdrop on the voice of the divine sense outside. Very soon, the regretful words of the hibernating existences in the 12 light clusters were all clearly heard by him. From then on, Yi Xian was completely at ease. As long as those guys didn't notice anything amiss, it was fine. That way, after this breakthrough, he could use the same method to trick them into being his sparring partner. Using this opportunity, he quickly digested what he had gained from his breakthrough and welcomed the opportunity for another breakthrough. This was truly a good thing that fell from the sky. In order to achieve this goal, Yi Xian had to run around cautiously. But now, he could wait patiently. Outer powerful late-stage supreme martial artists were all lined up and waiting for him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt delighted, but now was not the time to rejoice. He had to seize the moment, otherwise, the other party would be suspicious. After all, in their opinion, he had only entered the farmer god cauldron because he was frightened for a moment and wanted to find a place to heal his injuries. If he delayed for too long, it would make them suspect that he was making a breakthrough, and that would create more variables. The last time I made a breakthrough in front of them, it took 7 days. So this time, I have to leave before 7 days. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he nodded to himself. This shouldn't be a big problem. After all, this battle lasted for almost 3 days. Ever since I became an emperor, I haven't had such a thorough battle. The accumulation of the breakthrough in my physical body and meridians, including some old and small obstacles, have been completely unleashed in this battle. So, if there are no accidents, this breakthrough will most likely be completed in 3 to 4 days. Xiao. After that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore and sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Rays of light instantly shot out and hovered in front of Yi Xian. These were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body. After all this, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowing them into his stomach. Voila! The nascent soul fist ball immediately melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic river of energy. In the next moment, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Yi Xian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Yi Xian's body. After the shackle appeared, Yi Xian immediately focused and used all his strength to activate the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate great circulations in his meridians to accumulate energy. Almost in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain quickly came and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. However, he didn't care about it and continued to concentrate without any sadness or joy. Time slowly passed. During this process, Yi Xian focused all of his attention on circulating the great heavenly cycle with all of his might. Fruit just as he had expected, in less than 4 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body had finally been completely refined. Following that, the huge river of energy formed in his body had finally been completely refined. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dong! When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level Universe Master. 6th level Universe Master. He was only 3 levels away from the 9th level Universe Master pinnacle required to swallow the level 27 Sovereign Treasure Pill. Previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the 5th level Universe Master level. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could climb to the 6th level Universe Master level. If he executed the 9 changes of Demon Ape and reached the 9th level, his combat power would immediately soar to the 6th level Universe Master level. If with the addition of the majestic power of the ancient Cave Void technique, his combat power would be comparable to that of a 7th level Universe Master. Well, this time, when he broke through again, after activating the ancient Demon Ape bloodline in his body, his combat power would instantly reach the 7th level Universe Master level. When he executed the 9 changes of Demon Ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th level, his combat power would reach the 7th level Universe Master level. 7th level Universe Master level. If I include the majestic power of the ancient Demon Ape bloodline in my huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the addition of 1 level to my combat power, then my current combat power would be comparable to that of an 8th level Universe Master. Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists and fell into deep thought halfway through his sentence. Little. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. A gleam flashed across his eyes, and he continued, however, this is only the 2nd battle. There will be at least 2 more battles to come, so I can't let them find out that my combat power has increased again. In this case, in the upcoming battle, I will maintain my combat power at the 6th level Universe Master level. Even if I include the majestic power of the ancient Demon Ape bloodline in my huge body, I will still only have the combat power of the 7th level Universe Master level. In this case, I will most likely suffer more injuries when facing the 8th level Universe Master level Universe Master level. Chapter 45-68. Outside the Shin Gnome Cauldron, in the void space of the universe. In the blink of an eye, almost 4 days had passed. However, the ape was injured and fell into the Shin Gnome Cauldron. After entering the internal space of the cauldron, he did not appear again. 4 days was not even enough for the powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters to take a nap. However, they were all anxious and felt uneasy. Following as time passed, they began to suspect that the ape was really afraid. Perhaps it was just as they had guessed at the beginning, that it was going to hide in the internal space of the cauldron and not come out again. Just as they were taking advantage of this opportunity to make breakthroughs again and again, if that was really the case, it was definitely not good news for them, because it meant that they would not be able to trap the ape here for another half a year at most. Although, it was still impossible for him to defeat the 12 powerful beings on their side, but he was fully capable of escaping. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. However, the ape was not at the entrance of the Shin Gnome Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Instead, he had entered the internal space of the cauldron. Perhaps he had already sealed his 6 senses and was in seclusion. This, under such circumstances, even if they wanted to provoke him again, there was nothing they could do. The ape could not hear them at all. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it would be a waste of energy. Just as the beings in the 12 light clusters were getting more and more anxious and impatient, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Shin Gnome Cauldron that they were besieging. It was the Space Violent Ape. His injuries had obviously healed, but his strength was still at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme. This was reasonable. Previously, it took 7 days to make a breakthrough. It did not make sense that the higher the level of his cultivation, the shorter the time it took to make a breakthrough. And it was so much shorter, this thought flashed through their minds. Coupled with the fact that although the ape had fully recovered, the anger on his face was still the same as it was 4 days ago. It even seemed to be more resentful than before. The powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters were instantly relieved. No, once Bao Yuan spoke, they immediately started communicating with each other using their divine sense in secret, and all of their words revealed a wisp of pleasant surprise that couldn't be concealed. This ape really did not disappoint us. It has only been 4 days, and he actually showed up. It should be so. The Starry Sky Ferocious Ape clan has always had this sort of violent disposition. Now we can be at ease. See that? Even though his injuries have completely recovered, the indignation on his face is even denser than it was 4 days ago. 4 days is definitely not enough time for him to make a breakthrough. And in such a state of anger, he is not able to calm his heart to make a breakthrough. Yes, his previous injuries, he obviously did not want to make a breakthrough, he did not want to come out. But this is his bloodline, of his innate temper. On. After 2, he. In this way, it's extremely likely that he came out this time because he wants to fight again to vent the anger in his heart before entering the space within the cauldron to enter into closed-door cultivation. If that is the case, we can't miss this opportunity. No matter what, we have to take him down. Send an 8th-stage Supreme Master, preferably one close to the 9th stage, but we can't send a real 9th-stage Supreme Master. We don't want to scare him into retreating. Then, there will be unexpected changes. Let me fight this battle. Shio. As the words came out, one of the 12 balls of light instantly shot out. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the universe void that was only 200 to 300 million miles away from the Shinon cauldron. The other 11 light balls stayed 1 billion miles away. They did not get close to the cauldron in the previous 4 days to avoid arousing the suspicion of the ape. With such a long distance between them, the violent ape would not be able to escape. A distance of 1 billion miles, to a being above the level of Universe Supreme, was nothing at all, and yet, at this time, as the light ball shot out, the other 7 Universe Supreme Masters in the other light balls sent out their voices one after another, mocking Yi Xian. As for the other 4 Supreme Masters in the other 4 light balls, they still did not make a sound. As Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era, they had their own pride. If they showed too much enthusiasm in this matter, it might arouse the suspicion of the ape. It had to be said that in order to lure Yi Xian into a battle with them, these 12 fellows had put in a lot of effort. If they knew that Yi Xian had actually been muttering about this matter in his heart and had the same goal as them, they wouldn't know what to think in their hearts. Why did you come out again, coward? It's only been 4 days and you can't hold it in anymore. You haven't mastered your divine ninja turtle technique yet. He. In my opinion, he's obviously itching for a beating, so he can't sit still and wants to be tortured again. That's right. If he hadn't reacted quickly in the previous battle, he would have been tortured by us into a real coward. Now, he dares to come out again. He's obviously looking for excitement. I didn't expect this coward to have a tendency to be tortured. Do you still dare to fight? If not, go back quickly. It's an eyesore. Howl. The last howl came from the ball of light that was suspended in front of the farmer god cauldron about 150 million miles away. As the howl came out, the ball of light dissipated and shrank back into the body. A huge black bug that was about 10 million miles long appeared in front of Yi Xian. Its aura, the aura of cultivation emanating from his body, was that of an 8th order Universe Supreme. This was the same as what these fellows had discussed previously. There was no change. A bug? It's actually a huge black bug. Howl, this Star Lord hates bugs the most. Many times I've hunted them, they almost spoiled my plans. Seeing this huge black bug, the eyes of the ape turned red instantly. This time, half of it was an act, but the other half was his true feelings. Yi Xian hated bugs the most. Howl. So what if it's an 8th level Supreme Master? It's just a damned black bug. How dare it mock your honorable master? I'm going to torture you to death today. Yi Xian looked up at the sky. With a roar, the ape stood up again. With a flash, he rushed out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Origin, his body, which was only about 3 meters tall, grew even bigger. In the blink of an eye, he was already 60 million miles long, which was more than the size of a giant star. Howl. Damned bug, go to hell. This time, it was unknown whether it was because he had been holding back his anger from the previous battle or because he saw that his second opponent was a space bug. Chapter 45-69. In the face of this battle, Yi Xian felt quite aggrieved. His opponent had sent out an 8th level Supreme, while he could only display the power of a 6th level Supreme. That was even if he were to add in the boundless power of blood and chi within his massive body, which would increase his combat prowess by 1 level, he would still only be at the 7th level of this realm. This was destined to be abused by his opponent. If it were any other space beast, it would have been fine, but it was a huge black bug, which made Yi Xian feel extremely aggrieved. No. It was fine to be abused by his opponent, but he had to at least let his opponent suffer a little. Otherwise, he would not be able to take this lying down, and it would really become a knot in his heart. Bam! In the blink of an eye, the two figures collided and an earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The void within a radius of 100 million miles shattered inch by inch. Fortunately, under the powerful power of the Hongmeng void, it quickly mended and did not affect the battle. Although Xian had the power of an 8th level Supreme, he could not use it, so he could only display the power of a 7th level Supreme. Thus, after the collision, his body was immediately sent flying backwards. This time, he was sent flying 200 million miles away. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This was only because the violent starry sky ape's skin was thick and tough. Otherwise, it would have been heavily injured on the spot. Reverse looking at the huge black bug, it was as if nothing had happened. The body of the huge black bug was like a pure black crystal, and one could tell at a glance that it was very hard. Although the fist of the violent ape was tough, the power it could display was only at the 7th level, so the huge black bug only retreated a few million miles before stopping. Only with just one blow, the winner was decided. The huge black bug had the absolute advantage. No. The violent ape was a 6th level Supreme, and its power was comparable to a 7th level Supreme. Even if it could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to capture or kill him. After all, it was not easy to kill a Supreme. Hence, the huge black bug did not dare to push too hard. Otherwise, he would have a chance to attack again while the violent ape was still flying backward. Roar! This isn't fair. You sent an 8th rank Supreme being. At this time, if he didn't mention this matter, then the other party would definitely become suspicious. Sukothir 4-4, after the violent ape stopped, it raised its head and roared angrily. It seemed to be flustered and exasperated. Anger after roaring, he flipped his hand and took out the big-headed black cudgel. He roared, "Your cultivation is too high, so I have to use my combat weapon. Otherwise, I don't want to fight." Actually, Yi Xian was looking forward to a big battle, but he deliberately said so. The more he said so, the less suspicious the other party would be. Fruit then, a remote antiquity expert among the 12 light balls said, "That's fine. This is fair. However, don't refuse to admit defeat after you've lost." Roar! With this staff in hand, how could this Star Lord lose? The violent ape seemed to be very happy, as if it had something to rely on. There was even a smile on its face. After roaring, it rushed forward. This time, it didn't use its bare fists to attack. Instead, it swung the big-headed black stick high above its head and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Ow! Caught off guard, the big black bug was directly hit on the back by the cudgel. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and a shocking scream came out of its mouth. But, it's a pity for a big bug, but its scream is like a hungry wolf. It can be seen how painful this blow is. It's really hard for it. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. As I said, once the big-headed black cudgel is used, you are simply trash. Even level 8 is useless. Looking down, there was a huge crater on the back of the big black bug, which was like a pure black crystal. The Bao Yuan immediately became happy and high-spirited. This was from the bottom of his heart. Even if the big black bug was on guard and dodged, not giving him another chance to hit it. Just this one hit alone was enough to vent the anger in his heart. Even if he deliberately pretended to be abused by him and flew back to the Shinong cauldron, he no longer had any regrets. Next, in an instant, in the 11 light balls in the distance, after a short silence, there were exclamations. Hiss! What is this cudgel? It's actually so powerful. Shinong pestle. I understand now. This is the Shinong pestle that is compatible with the Shinong cauldron. It has been transformed into the shape of the big-headed black cudgel. No wonder this violent ape is so confident and dares to fight even when he sees a level 8 sovereign. It turns out that he already had such a plan. But even so, in this battle, he still has no chance of winning. Facing the speed of a level 8 sovereign, no matter how heavy and fierce his big-headed black cudgel is, it's useless if he can't hit the target. Screech, coward, you have successfully angered this sovereign. Go to hell. With these reminders, the big black bug raised its head and roared angrily. Its figure flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a black streak of light that drew arcs in the air as it launched a roundabout attack on the bow ape. Boom! Rumble, the battle shook the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. This time, the battle was even more tragic. The violent ape was even beaten to the point of vomiting blood. His left arm had been broken twice. However, in this kind of intense battle that was close to risking his life, his last breakthrough was being digested at an even faster speed. In just one day, it had completely integrated into his body and soul. Screech! This time, the big black bug saw an opportunity and unleashed its extreme speed. It turned into a black ray of light and crashed into the right hand of the violent ape that was holding the cudgel. It was his plan to break the violent ape's right hand. At that time, the big-headed black cudgel would fall. He would first take this treasure, and then take the opportunity to take down the violent ape. Roar! You're courting death. The violent ape was shocked and angry, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Bam! Crack, 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 an earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was caused by the collapse of the violent ape's right back. Beside the critical moment, the violent ape dodged to the right and gritted its teeth to forcefully protect the big-headed black cudgel. However, its body was instantly sent flying 200 to 300 million miles away from the impact. He plunged into the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with the 9-colored fog and disappeared, once again entering the space within the cauldron. Damn it, why is it like this again? He was too impatient. That violent ape obviously had his eyes on this big-headed black cudgel. When he realized that the cudgel was being targeted, he naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He would rather risk his life to protect this cudgel and take advantage of the situation to escape. Another failure. This time, I'm afraid there's really no hope. As the violent ape's figure disappeared, in the distance, after a short period of silence, sighs could be heard one after another from the 11 balls of light. Chapter 4570. At the same time, in the space within the Shinong cauldron. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The figure of the violent ape appeared high up in the sky. He had already returned to his original height, and the big-headed black stick had been kept away. I've suffered a huge loss this time. I was almost seriously injured. His figure landed in the air above the central region volcano. After sitting down cross-legged, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn that big black bug. I'll definitely kill him later to vent my hatred." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following which, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Connect. The next step was a walk in the park. Yi Xian activated the domain of the Shen cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Voila! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river. Body inside, the expected sound of the clanking of the chains could be heard everywhere. However, there was only one sound. After that, Yi Xian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians again and again, accumulating energy. Time passed slowly. During this process, Yi Xian focused all his attention and started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. This time, due to the more intense battle, the energy river that had formed in his body was completely refined in just 2.5 days. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When the shackles were completely broken, the expected system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the Void Ancient Technique. Current realm, Level 7 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 7 Universe Master. Level 7 Universe Master was already the late stage of this realm. Like today, he was only 2 levels away from the level 27 Supreme Being Level 9 Universe Master required to swallow the level 27 Supreme Being Treasure Pill. It was exciting. First previously, Yi Xian's original body was at the 6th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could ascend to the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he executed the 9 transformations of the demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the 7th level of the Universe Supreme. In addition to the boundless qi and blood in his physical body, his true battle strength was comparable to that of an 8th stage sovereign. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of an 8th level Universe Master. In unleashing the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation and entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power could reach the level of an 8th level Universe Supreme. If one were to take into account the 60 million kilometer long flesh peak, the boundless blood and chi power that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end, as well as the enhancement to one's combat prowess by 1 level. That right now, Yi Xian's strongest battle power was already at the level of a 9th order Universe Supreme Being, which was equivalent to a half-step mighty being. Finally, I have the power of a half-step mighty being. In this case, if I were to execute the Blood Sea secret technique and condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the same battle power. There was a gleam in Bao Yuan's eyes, and 2 rays of incomparably excited light shot out from his eyes. He murmured softly, by then, even if I were to encounter a half-step Supreme Being of the same level, I would have a certain degree of confidence that I would be able to kill him. However, I still need to break through 2 levels before reaching the level of a 9th order Universe Master. No matter what, I have to fight 2 more battles, hence, I can't reveal the battle power of a 9th order Universe Master at the moment. I can't let them know that my true cultivation level has already broken through twice consecutively from the previous 6th order Universe Master to the 8th order Universe Master. But at the same time, I can't act like the last time and show only the power of a 6th level Universe Master. If I do that, I'll definitely arouse suspicion. After all, I had already suffered a loss in the first battle, and the reason why I still dared to fight in the second battle was because I was filled with resentment and at the same time, I had the big-headed black stick to rely on. But for the third battle, if my power is still at the 6th order Universe Master level, yet I still dare to fight with the big-headed black stick, it would be illogical. It would be difficult not to arouse suspicion. In this case, I'm afraid I would lose the next 2 battles. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. In this case, when I go out this time, on the surface, I'll just reveal the power of a 7th order Universe Master. It's obvious that I've broken through to the next order Universe Master level, in this case, it's understandable that I'm confident again. Besides, it can also make those fellows guarding outside suddenly feel more pressured. In this case, let's not talk about the fourth battle for the time being. At least, there's absolutely no suspense in the third battle. After making up his mind, Yi Xian didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. He closed his eyes and concentrated. This time, it only took him 2 days to break through. If he went out now and revealed the power of a 7th-order universe master, the other party would immediately notice something was wrong, and it would cause unnecessary changes. Therefore, Yi Xian could only hibernate in the space inside the cauldron and wait for 8 to 9 days before going out. The reason why it had to be 8 to 9 days was that he had used 7 days to break through the first time in front of those fellows. Well, this time, he entered the space inside the cauldron when he was almost severely injured. Healing would take time, and coupled with his poor condition, the time needed to break through would be extended. Therefore, 8 to 9 days was the minimum requirement. Any shorter and it would arouse suspicion. Very quickly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged above the central region volcano, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and secretly listened to the voice transmissions of those fellows in the void outside. After all, he had been in the space inside the cauldron for so long. Those fellows must have been waiting impatiently. In their anxiety, it was impossible for there to be no discussions. However, as the cauldron's domain was activated, the voices of those fellows outside the cauldron entered Yi Xian's ears. The situation is a little bad. This time, that Bao Yuan has been in there for 9 days. I'm afraid he won't come out again, right? He even used the big-headed black stick, but still lost miserably. Naturally, he won't come out easily unless he breaks through. So, if there are no accidents, that Bao Yuan should be in seclusion now. Calculating the time, he should be coming out soon. Damn it, I let him break through again. Doesn't that mean he's a 7th-order venerable now? This can't go on. If there's still a chance to fight, this time, we must capture him. Hearing this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and disappeared from the space inside the cauldron. Chapter 45-71. This time, Yi Xian only took 2 days to recover from his injuries and make another breakthrough. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the 12 powerful beings who were still waiting in the void outside the cauldron, he spent another 7 days and stayed for a few days before coming out. This was clearly to let the other party know that this time, he had broken through again. Of course, it was only a single breakthrough. Yi Xian was still concealing his cultivation from the previous breakthrough and didn't reveal it. Therefore, although Yi Xian's current cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Universe Master, when he activated the bloodline in his body and performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, his peak combat power was already at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Master. However, at this moment, when his figure appeared again, the cultivation power Yi Xian displayed was only at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. Compared to the 6th level of the Universe Supreme Master from before, it was only 1 level higher. Although it was only 1 level higher, it was the same as the big black bug who fought with him previously. He had entered the final level of the Supreme Master. Big although the black bug's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Supreme Master, Yi Xian also possessed the combat power of an 8th level Supreme Master with the help of the majestic power of blood and chi in his 60 million mile long body. He was no weaker than the big black bug. Coupled with the big-headed black stick in his hand, on the surface, he basically had the combat power to beat up the big black bug. Under such circumstances, even if he had indeed suffered quite a loss in the previous battle with the big black bug, it was completely reasonable for him to immediately clamor for a third battle with the big black bug as soon as he came out of seclusion at this moment. In the eyes of the 12 powerful beings who were waiting in the void outside the cauldron, it was just a sudden increase in his cultivation power and confidence that made him want to seek revenge on the big black bug. Brain, these thoughts flashed across the sea. After a short silence, the beings who were hibernating in the 12 balls of light began to secretly communicate with each other again and started to discuss. As expected, this violent ape's cultivation power has made another breakthrough. 9 days. 2 days to recover from his injuries, then clenched his teeth and went into seclusion. It took him 7 days to make a breakthrough. There is no discrepancy in the timing, so this should be the truth. The situation is not good. If this violent ape calms down, he can indeed make a small breakthrough in 7 to 8 days. This is simply unbelievable. Now, he is already at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. 3 more small breakthroughs, and he will enter the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, if he performs the Blood Sea secret technique and activates the power of his doppelgangers, he will form 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers of the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, it will be difficult for us to trap him. We can't let him break through again. This time, let's send a Grand Perfection Stage 9 half-step Almighty. Do you think this violent ape is so stupid? Isn't he just looking for trouble? We've already suffered 2 small losses before. If we do it a 3rd time, I'm afraid it will arouse his suspicion and raise his vigilance. What's more, in the previous battle, he was badly beaten by Black Venerable. This time, he has just come out of seclusion, and he is so excited that he wants to fight Black Venerable. If we send someone else, will he agree? Black Venerable, how about another battle? As long as you are alert and avoid his big-headed black stick, this violent ape can't do anything to you. After stabilizing yourself, think of a way to provoke him. Find the best time to injure him severely with 1 blow, this. Okay, then let's have another battle. Finally, the big black bug had no choice but to agree to this battle. However, listening to the voice of his consciousness, it was obvious that he was not very interested. This matter that was indeed the case. The big black bug had a bad feeling about the upcoming 3rd battle, but it could not explain why. Yes. He was still quite wary of the big-headed black stick in Yi Xian's hand. It could even be said that he was terrified. After all, at the beginning of the battle, the big black bug was caught off guard and was hit on the back by the big-headed black stick. He immediately let out a shrill howl, which showed how painful it was. The reason why he wasn't hit by the big-headed black cudgel again was simply because he was a level 8 supreme. As for the ferocious ape, even with his 60 million mile-long body and the help of his level 1 power, he was only a level 7 Universe Supreme. The black bug was relying on the advantage of this level of cultivation to increase its speed and avoid the big-headed black stick time and time again. But now, Bao Yuan's cultivation had broken through 1 level, and similarly possessed a level 8 battle prowess. As a result, the advantage of the big black bug's speed was evened out. Under such circumstances, in the upcoming battle, the possibility of him once again tasting the killing power of the big-headed black stick had instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. If it was possible. He really didn't want to accept this battle, but it was just as the other 11 formidable existences had said. That violent ape already bore a grudge against him, so if someone else entered the arena, not only would it arouse suspicion, it was utterly impossible for it to agree. As such, he could only brace himself and do it. Good. Although the two's cultivation levels were almost evened out, and the big black bug's speed advantage was no longer there, after all, his body was only about 10 million mile long. Compared to the 60 million mile long Bao Yuan, he was, after all, much slimmer. In terms of agility, he could still make a big fuss. Just be careful. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be too difficult to dodge that big-headed black stick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the big black bug immediately shot forward. As for the other 11 balls of light, they remained in the distant void space 1 billion miles away. This This time, perhaps because he wasn't in the mood, the big black bug didn't even say a word the moment he came up. His entire body transformed into a flash of light and directly crashed toward the ferocious ape. Of course, this attack was just a feint. He held back 10% of his strength and was prepared to immediately retreat and change his direction as long as his opponent swung the big-headed black stick down. Howl! Damned worm, I'm going to blast you to pieces this time. Seeing that the opponent had already rushed over, a cold light flashed in the ferocious ape's eyes. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately rushed forward. The big-headed black stick in his hand was even more impatiently raised high and smashed directly at the big black bug that was rushing over. In an instant, the big black bug's heart was alerted. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew his momentum. Even the 10% of his strength that he held back was instantly activated. The entire huge body of 10 million miles instantly drew an arc in the void and perfectly avoided the big-headed black stick that was about to smash down. You're quite clever, but it's a pity that this Star Lord is not so easily fooled. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian's voice sounded. The big-headed black stick that was about to smash down actually changed its direction with great dexterity. It drew a perfect arc and followed behind the big black bug. In an instant, it smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. Oh whoa! Chapter 45-72. As the big black bug let out an incomparably shrill howl, the curtains of the third battle finally opened. The two of them had just met, and in the first round, the big black bug had already been hit, and a small dent had been smashed into the back of its head. This scene was far beyond the expectations of the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space. Everyone was stunned. Their jaws dropped. However, Yi Xian had already expected this, and it could even be said that he had a card up his sleeve. On the surface, his current combat power was indeed the same as the big black bug, only at the 8th level of the universe supreme level. However, in reality, Yi Xian had concealed one level of cultivation power. However, what he had concealed was only his power and the aura of his consciousness. He did not need to conceal his reaction speed and other abilities that belonged to a 9th level supreme level master, because these things could not be seen through. Therefore, although the big black bug was slimmer than him and seemed to be more agile, in reality, Yi Xian's reaction speed was faster than his. It could be said that as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could effortlessly smash the big black bug into pieces in every subsequent round until he killed it right there and then. However, he obviously would not do so. On one hand, if he really did so, the next two battles would most likely fall through because of this, and the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space would definitely become suspicious. On the other hand, Yi Xian's real purpose in initiating the third battle was to use an intense battle to his heart's content to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and quickly welcome the opportunity to break through again. If he directly smashed his big-headed black stick every time and suppressed his opponent every time, although it would also have the effect of tempering his body because of the surging energy in his body, it would not be so obvious. If he had not completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, and the opportunity to break through again had not arrived yet, and he had already accidentally smashed this big black bug into pieces, then it would simply make people speechless. The battle continued. Yi Xian did not use his big-headed black stick all the time. More often than not, he deliberately let the big-headed black stick miss and then followed up with a punch, colliding fiercely with the big black bug. In order to ensure that this fellow would not become more and more disheartened and eventually give up the battle and run away, Yi Xian would deliberately leave a loophole and let the other party hit him once or twice. After all, this kind of sparring partner was hard to come by. Wanting the horse to run and not giving it grass to eat was absolutely impossible. This battle continued in such a tone. Slowly, as Yi Xian occasionally got hit once or twice, and in addition to the number of times he got hit by the big-headed black stick, it did not seem to be as frequent as he expected. Therefore, from the beginning of this battle, the big black bug, which had been somewhat alarmed, finally calmed down. It slowly calmed down and dealt with Yi Xian, dealing with him while waiting for the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. Unfortunately, this opportunity was obviously not going to be given to him by Yi Xian. This time, after only a day and a half of battle, Yi Xian had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, fully integrating them into his body and soul. The opportunity to break through again had finally arrived. In his ecstasy, Yi Xian immediately lost interest in this battle. After all, the purpose of this battle had been achieved, and there was no meaning in continuing. Boom. Taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, Bao Yuan suddenly turned around, and the big-headed black stick's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, it once again smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. This time, Yi Xian pushed the strength of his body's qi and blood, as well as the inner qi in his body, to the extreme, and even used a part of his hidden cultivation. After all, it was just a quick strike, and in addition, his divine sense did not change, and the aura of the pressure emitted from his body did not change, so he was not worried at all about being seen by the powerful existences in the 11 balls of light hibernating in the void in the distance. A clue. But the big black bug, who had endured the power of this stick, as the target of Yi Xian's powerful blow, was completely different. His expression changed greatly in an instant, because the power of this blow was definitely not something that could be displayed by a rank 8 Supreme, and was infinitely close to that of a rank 9 Supreme. At this moment, the big black bug finally understood where the bad feeling in his heart came from. As a powerful late-stage Supreme, his divine sense was naturally extremely sharp, and for some important things closely related to him, such as life and death crises, he generally had a strong sixth sense like that of ordinary creatures. Unfortunately, everything that had happened before had successfully confused the big black bug. Although there was a warning in his heart, he did not pay attention to it at all. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Bang! His expression changed greatly, and the big black bug's divine sense voice only transmitted one word, and the mournful howl in his mouth was extremely short. Before he could finish his howl, his huge body instantly exploded into a black mist of blood. Whoosh! Time was of the essence, and Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the first moment, and in an instant, an invisible suction force was emitted, and the majestic blood mist that had just dispersed was directly absorbed into his body. Then, he swung the big-headed black stick in his hand, raised his head and shouted, "Good treasure, the instantaneous power is really amazing." Then, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he swept to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. The reason why he had let out such a howl at the end was naturally to conceal his terrifying battle prowess at the last moment when he had suddenly exploded the big black bug with a single strike of his stick. He had pushed all of this onto the instant explosive power hidden within the big-headed black stick, which was naturally incomparably perfect. It was a primordial treasure that was compatible with the Shenong cauldron. After reaching the mouth of the cauldron, Yi Xian did not stop, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared and directly entered the space inside the cauldron. At this point, the number of supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached a total of 10, and the one he had just obtained was a supreme blood essence between the 8th rank, infinitely close to the 9th rank of the best. Until this moment, when Yi Xian's figure disappeared from the mouth of the cauldron and entered the space inside the cauldron, in the 11 light clusters in the outer space of the universe a billion miles away, there suddenly came a series of shocked exclamations. What? Black Venerable actually fell. What happened in that instant? Damn it, this violent ape is not as stupid as we thought. He has been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. It turns out that the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shenong medicinal pestle has such a killing ability. Chapter 4573. Careless. This time, Black Venerable was really too careless. He actually made us miss a good opportunity again. His own realm is clearly only at the 7th Order Universe Supreme Master, but because of the first-order enhancement of the boundless vitality in his huge body, he has a powerful battle strength comparable to an 8th-order Supreme Master. Moreover, because of the big-headed black rod in his hand, he was able to catch the opportunity. He was caught off guard and killed an 8th-order Supreme Master. It seems that if we want to take down this violent ape, we can only send out a 9th-order Supreme Master. I just don't know if we will have the chance. It shouldn't be a problem. This violent ape lost 2 rounds in a row before, and now that its scheme succeeded in the 3rd round, it vented the hatred in its heart and even obtained an additional Supreme Blood Essence. Under such circumstances, it's feeling complacent in its heart, and most likely still wants to continue. That's right, he can even kill a sovereign of the 8th step. Bao Yuan's confidence is currently inflated. In the next battle, even if we send out a sovereign of the 9th step, he most likely won't have too much resistance. Fellow Taoists, this is most likely the last chance. The one to fight must be a senior 9th-order Supreme Master. I came. This time, I must take him down in one fell swoop. Roar! Shinong Cauldron, inside the cauldron. Swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The violent ape, which had already shrunk to a height of only 3 meters, appeared in the sky and landed at the edge of the central domain volcano. This time, he instantly attacked and killed the big black bug, which would definitely shock the existences hibernating in the 11 balls of light in the distant void. It was hard to predict whether they would become suspicious because of this. Therefore, after entering the cauldron, Yi Xian did not immediately break through. Instead, he activated the domain of the Shinong Cauldron and secretly listened to the voice of the divine sense in the void outside the cauldron. Very quickly, the exclamations of the 11 powerful existences were clearly transmitted into Yi Xian's ears, causing him to calm down. After this breakthrough, I only need to fight one more battle, and that will be enough. Now, it seems that there is basically no problem. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central region. However, I have to hurry up. I can't let them know that I have broken through another level of cultivation. Otherwise, this battle will be in vain. Swish, swish, swish. With that said, he waved his hand without hesitation. With the faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fish, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Voila! The nascent soul fish ball formed by the cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river. Within Yi Xian's body, the sound of chains rattling could be heard everywhere. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but Yi Xian did not care about it. He immediately focused his attention and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. It began to circulate in all the meridians in his body. This battle was also extremely intense, even more intense than the previous battle. Therefore, it only took 2 days for the energy river that had formed in Yi Xian's body to be completely refined. Following that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken with a sound. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 8 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 8 Universe Master. The 8th level of the Cosmic Lord realm was only a single level away from the 9th level's Great Circle. In other words, the current Yi Xian was only one level away from swallowing a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. This was definitely exciting. Previously, Yi Xian's true body's cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient devil ape's bloodline within his body, he was able to climb to the 8th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he were to use the 9 devil ape transformations again and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 8th level of the Universe Supreme realm. Level 8. If he added the majestic energy and blood in his body, his true battle power would be comparable to a level 9 Universe Supreme Master. And this time, following his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the power of a level 9 completion Universe Master after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 9 completion Universe Supreme Master. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and chi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was already close to the first level of the primordial era. Even if it was because of the crossing of a large realm, the strength of the flesh and blood would be reduced by this level of battle prowess, it would still be far from enough. It was not comparable to an ordinary half-step great being. He was definitely infinitely close to that of a primordial great being, finally, only one level away. Moreover, this breakthrough only took 2 days. After calming himself down, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. As long as we complete another great battle and swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill, our cultivation will be able to officially step into the supreme realm of the universe. It will come immediately. Once I enter the level of Universe Supreme Master, my cultivation and strength will be comparable to that of a level 2 primordial great being under the 9th change of the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline. With the addition of the energy in my huge body, my final battle power will be comparable to that of a level 3 primordial great being. Comparable to that of a primordial great being. If I activate the Blood Sea secret technique and display the power of my body, I will be able to form 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same level in an instant. With this, the current predicament will be resolved instantly. Who knows, I might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few more Universe Supremes before I leave. This way, I will have enough Supreme Blood Essence to make the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. There will be no need to continue hunting, hence, this battle is of utmost importance. I cannot let those 11 fellows have any doubts. At this point, Yi Xian immediately stood up and let out a long breath. This way, after I leave the space within the cauldron, it will be best to maintain my cultivation and strength at the level of a level 7 Universe Supreme Master. Chapter 45-74. Outside the Farmer God Cauldron, in the void space of the universe. 2 days had passed, but the violent ape, who had entered the space inside the cauldron, had yet to appear. This made the powerful beings in the 11 light groups, who were watching from a distance of 1 billion miles, all worried. After patiently waiting for 2 days, the 11 powerful existences once again began to communicate with each other using their divine senses. They began to discuss in secret, what should we do? It's been 2 days and he still hasn't come out. This isn't a good sign. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely in seclusion. If that's the case, the moment he comes out, his power will soar again. He'll reach the 8th level of the Universe Supreme level, and his physical body and blood energy will be at the 1st level of the Universe Supreme level. His physical strength will reach the 9th level of perfection. If that's the case, even if we send a 9th level great being into battle, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture him. After all, the violent ape still has a powerful big-headed black stick in his hand, which can be used to deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. We can only wait. If this violent ape appears within 3 days, then we will act according to the previous plan. If he doesn't appear after 3 days, then he must be in the midst of a breakthrough. Once the violent ape appears, we can only make other plans. Howl. You bunch of old bastards, why are you still waiting here? Right at this moment, in the center of the void space that was surrounded, a figure suddenly appeared at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was as huge as a star. He raised his head and roared angrily. His words were full of provocation and pride. 12 powerful beings, whose cultivation level is higher than this Star Master's, actually fell under such circumstances. How embarrassing. If this Star Master was you, he would have covered his face and fled in embarrassment. How could he still have the face to stay here? These words were too harsh, and they hit the sore spot of the 11 powerful beings. However, when they saw the violent ape finally appear, they suddenly felt relieved. Their hearts, which were hanging in their throats, instantly fell by half. It had only been 2 days. This violent ape definitely couldn't have been in seclusion and successfully broken through the first level of cultivation. In other words, as long as they could persuade him to arrange another battle, then the previously agreed-upon plan could be carried out smoothly. This time, they were going to send a senior 9th stage supreme martial artist, who had been in this realm for hundreds of years. With him taking action, as long as they were careful and waited for the right time, the probability of successfully capturing the violent ape was still very high. With this thought in mind, although the hibernating existences in the 11 light clusters were angry, they could only endure it. The 4 powerful remote antiquity powerful figures still didn't say anything. They deliberately looked indifferent, as if they had won the battle against the violent ape just now. He even killed his opponent with disdain. As for the other 7 Universe Supreme Masters, they were secretly clenching their teeth. While their hearts were filled with resentment, they sent out voice transmissions one after another. They wanted to use this opportunity to infuriate the raging ape again so that the upcoming 4th battle would become a reality. Bao Yuan, do you know what your current expression and tone is like? This is what happens when a villain gets his way. That's right. In the previous battle, Black Master was careless and underestimated the enemy. In addition, you deliberately concealed the powerful power of the Shin-No medicinal pestle and launched a sudden attack. That's why you overturned the boat in the gutter. It doesn't mean anything. Now, the big-headed black stick in your hand has been exposed, and your trump card is useless. If we fight again, we'll definitely capture you on the spot. Forget it. Go back to the space inside the cauldron. I think you won't dare to fight again. It's not easy to plot a plot to regain some face. If you're immediately beaten up again, it'll be even more humiliating. Go back to the space inside the cauldron and be a coward. At the same time, wash your neck and wait for your death slowly. We have a good plan to deal with you. Soon, we'll break the domain power of the treasured cauldron, kill our way into the space inside the cauldron, and capture you. When the time comes, we'll definitely torture you into a real coward. Ha ha ha, howl. You're talking big. Since you want to die, just come at me. The 7 late-stage supreme beings spoke one after another, and all of their voices were extremely harsh and unpleasant to the ears. The Bao ape was finally enraged again, and it stood up from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. After raising his head and letting out a shocking roar, he flipped his right hand, and the fierce big-headed black stick appeared in his hand again in an instant. For a time, endless murderous intent surged out from the violent ape's body. At a glance, it was really a bit of an insufferably domineering aura. Come on, don't come to deliver food to the 7th stage Supreme Master. I don't feel anything even if I torture you. Here, I specialize in killing the 8th stage Supreme Master. No matter who comes up, I'll just kill another one. This result was different from the expectations of the hibernating existence in the 11 light clusters. If only the 8th stage Supreme Master came up, the result of the 4th battle would be regrettable. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Xian said this on purpose. The purpose was to avoid arousing the suspicion of these old guys as much as possible. After all, Yi Xian really valued the upcoming 4th battle too much. It was of great importance. No matter what, he had to work hard to win it. At this moment, as the violent ape clamored to challenge the 8th-stage Supreme Master again, the mocking and disdainful voices of the 7 late-stage Supreme Masters rang out again in an instant. Ahaha. What a joke. Pretending to be so insufferably arrogant, looking like a tyrant, but in the end, didn't he reveal his true colors with just one sentence? That's right, this is clearly a perfect portrayal of a coward in appearance. Only daring to challenge the 8th-stage Supreme Master? After all this fuss, it turns out that you're just a coward. Bao Yuan, don't even think about the 8th-stage Supreme Master. You've already killed one just now. Although it was just an accident, and sending another one up won't cause the same situation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to torture you to the point where you want to die. If that's the case, it's meaningless to us. If we want to fight, we'll send a 9th-stage Supreme Master up. We'll definitely torture you to the point where you want to die. Only then will this battle be interesting. Unfortunately, looking at your cowardly appearance, I guess you don't dare to fight. Since that's the case, then don't continue to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Scram back to the space inside the treasure cauldron and be a coward. Roar. Roar. This time, the words were even more unpleasant, and they were said so seriously. The fury of the violent ape was clearly burning. Chapter 45-75. He's been fooled. This ape is indeed too frivolous. He's not calm enough. Maybe it's because his power has skyrocketed in such a short time. He's a little arrogant. He's been fooled. This is our best chance, our only chance. This time, we must capture him. There should be no problem. Even with his 60-million-mile-long body and the tremendous power of his blood and vital energy, this raging ape only has the power of a level 8 universe master. He's definitely not a match for a level 9 Supreme Master. What's more, Donkey Sr. has been a 9th-tier Supreme for hundreds of years. He's not far from the true primordial era. Crushing him won't be a problem. After so long, this battle is finally over. Donkey Sr., you must be careful. Don't be too aggressive. Wait for the right opportunity to strike. This is our last chance. Who? As Yi Xian rushed out of the mouth of the Shannon cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored fog, the 11 powerful existences within the 11 balls of light that surrounded them instantly communicated with each other using their divine senses. This time, all of them seemed to be extremely excited, and their voices were filled with deep anticipation. Before the conversation had even ended, a cluster of light rushed toward the Shannon cauldron from the right side of the universe. The other 10 clusters of light remained in the void a billion miles away from the Shannon cauldron. At the most critical moment, they didn't dare to make any excessive moves. They were very careful so as not to provoke this enraged ape and cause all their previous efforts to be in vain. Who? The light sphere was gray in color, and strange whistling sounds came from it. At this moment, as he rushed out, the light sphere that shrouded him quickly dissipated and was absorbed into his body. The next moment, a 10-million-mile-long yellow-eared gray donkey appeared in the void, which made the ape's eyes drop. After being stunned for half a second, he put the big-headed black stick on his shoulder and held his stomach with the other hand and laughed wildly. As he laughed wildly, a mocking divine sense voice could be heard. Ha ha ha, donkey. What a stubborn donkey. Moreover, your ears are still damaged. I say, you're already a 9th-order venerable, a half-step almighty existence. Even if your ears are damaged, can't you fix them? 7-eared gray donkey. This time, the one this star wants to kill is actually a 7-eared gray donkey. What a joke, ahaha. Who? Huff, what was so funny about the violent ape? Shut the hell up for me. Whoa, he had just come up, and before he could even make a move, he was actually ridiculed like this by the other party. Moreover, this violent ape was still seething with anger just a moment ago. Who would have thought that it would struggle free from its rage in an instant? It was clearly looking down on him, especially from the tone of his words. It clearly didn't seem like he was trying to provoke him on purpose. That was what this guy was thinking from the start. He actually really thought that way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the long-eared gray donkey was instantly enraged. He had been a Ninth-Order Universe Supreme Being for hundreds of years and was a senior half-step Supreme Being. He was usually high and mighty, so when had anyone dared to behave like this in front of him? Today, the heavens were being looked down upon by a nouveau riche who had never seen the world. To him, this was absolutely intolerable. First, blood rushed to his brain, and the long-eared gray donkey immediately raised his head and roared. He was obviously a gray donkey, but at the end, he let out a wolf's howl, which showed how furious he was in his heart. Howl. Thang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the violent ape swayed his body and charged directly in front of the long-eared gray donkey. He didn't even use the big-headed black stick because he was worried that if he used the big-headed black stick right from the start, he would hit the long-eared gray donkey until he was dizzy and scared off in the end. That wouldn't be good. This time, the violent ape only threw a punch, and his strength was maintained at 8th Order Universe Supreme Being. However, it was a solid hit, and the long-eared gray donkey's huge body, which was millions of miles long, was sent flying backward in an instant. Who, oh whoa. Violent ape, you sneak attack. The long-eared gray donkey howled in agony as his body flew backward for more than 100 million miles. He was in so much pain that he bared his teeth, and in an instant, a pair of extremely conspicuous front teeth were exposed. Ha ha ha. What did this Star Master see? A pair of huge front teeth the size of a shooting star. Isn't this too bulging? But this is good too. After all, there is a bit of a defensive effect. If a shooting star were to fly in front of him, the first thing to hit should be this pair of bulging front teeth. His face should be safe and sound. Speaking of this pair of huge front teeth, the violent ape started to laugh again, and this time, he was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. Who, violent ape, you are too much of a bully. I was born like this, and no one has ever laughed at me. Why is it that when it comes from your mouth, it sounds so harsh? Who? I will definitely kill you. The long-eared gray donkey was completely enraged this time. He raised his 4 hooves, and without any order, he tilted his head and charged toward the violent ape. Pang! A woo! The figure of the ferocious ape swayed and changed its position in an instant. Then, it threw a punch at the lower abdomen of the way-eared gray donkey. The way-eared gray donkey was sent flying like a meteor. Wolf the long-eared gray donkey howled again. Tight then came the violent ape's extremely arrogant clamor, boring, boring, so what if you are a 9th stage supreme? It shouldn't be a donkey. Your combat strength is too weak. I can't even feel it when I abuse you. Seeing this scene, the powerful existences in the 10 light clusters a billion miles away were completely dumbfounded, and collectively lost their voices. They were talking well just now, but they didn't understand why the long-eared gray donkey's attitude changed so much as soon as the battle started. Short after a moment of silence, the 10 light clusters finally transmitted the voice of the divine sense again. It was the 10 powerful existences that were hibernating in the light clusters, reminding the long-eared gray donkey. Donkey, revered donkey, don't be fooled. This violent ape knows that he is not your opponent, so he is using our old method to provoke you. Moreover, he seems to have succeeded. You're already on the verge of going berserk. If you still don't wake up, I'm afraid the final result of this battle will be the same as revered Hay. At that time, none of us will be able to save you. Wake up immediately. Who? Reminded by these words, the long-eared gray donkey, who had long been blinded by anger and was only a hair's breadth away from going berserk, finally broke free from his anger. Looking up after a long roar, the long-eared black donkey's figure flashed, raised his left front hoof, and kicked the violent ape in the void in front of him. Same as. Chapter 4576. Hong. A deafening roar reverberated in the sky as Bao Yuan's gigantic body flew backward like a shooting star. This blow sent Bao Yuan 200 million miles away as he spat out blood. After all, the power he displayed was only that of a level 8 Universe Supreme. Although the winged gray donkey looked a little ugly, he was a senior half-step Supreme who had been a level 9 Supreme for many years. Previously, he was only agitated and confused. Now that he had calmed down, it was reasonable that Bao Yuan was no match for him. That's great. Again. Howl. After stabilizing his body, Bao Yuan raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After raising his head and roaring, he rushed over with the big-headed black stick. Yen. There was a reason why the winged gray donkey didn't chase after him. 1. He didn't want to be too aggressive. If he pushed too hard, it would be bad if Bao Yuan fled. He had to wait for an opportunity to make a move. He had to find the best opportunity to make a move, and then he would strike like a thunderbolt and capture this violent ape in one fell swoop. Another. On one hand, he was wary of the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand. The scene of the black bug, who was a level 8 Universe Supreme, being killed by this black stick was still fresh in his mind. Although its strength was a level higher than that of the big black bug, if it was hit by an attack of the same level, even if it did not die on the spot, it would at least be heavily injured. This was definitely not what the winged gray donkey wanted to see. At this moment, after seeing that the violent ape was injured, the first thing he did was to rush over with this ferocious and awe-inspiring big-headed black stick, as if he was vowing to take revenge. Yen. The gray-eared donkey immediately became vigilant. It immediately stabilized its body, paused for a moment, and then charged forward once more. Pang! In the next moment, the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind his head. Without any hesitation, it smashed down hard. Howl. On the back of the long-eared gray donkey's head, there was a shocking bulge in an instant. It let out a miserable howl like a wolf as it rolled to the right side of the void to avoid the attack. Yen. At this moment, his voice was transmitted with a strong sense of unwillingness. Shoo, what is this? This big-headed black stick can penetrate space and attack. Why haven't I seen you use it like this before? There are many more big-headed black sticks that you haven't seen. I'll let you taste them all. After his attack succeeded, Bao Yuan raised his hand and the big-headed black stick instantly appeared in his hand. Subsequently, his figure swayed and directly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind the long-eared gray donkey. He raised his leg and directly kicked the donkey's back. Shoo. Caught off guard, the way-eared gray donkey simply couldn't dodge in time. Its huge body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground in midair before being bitten to death. The great battle continued like this. Unknowingly, a day had passed. At this moment, the gains from Yi Xian's previous breakthrough were finally completely digested and perfectly fused into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the big-headed black stick disappeared from his hand. Seeing this scene, the winged gray donkey, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, felt a strong sense of alarm. This move was too shocking. It was impossible to guard against, and it made him very afraid. But, unfortunately, his reaction speed was still a bit too slow. Just as he was about to move to the side and use the lazy donkey's rolling move to dodge, the big-headed black rod that had disappeared from Yi Xian's hand had already arrived behind his head in an instant. It was heavy and fierce, smashing down in an instant. A woo! The winged gray donkey only managed to let out half a long howl before his huge body completely exploded, turning into a cloud of blood and dying. This. At the last moment, Yi Xian had used a little of the power he had restrained, and it was only applied to the big-headed black stick. Whether it was the power of his spiritual sense or the aura of his cultivation, there was no change. The powerful existences in the 10 balls of light that were hibernating in the void of the outerverse billions of kilometers away could not detect any abnormalities at all. Only the winged gray donkey, who was hit by this attack, instantly understood. It turned out that this violent ape had been concealing his strength all this time. The power of this attack was clearly infinitely close to that of a real Desolate Era expert. But, unfortunately, he realized it too late. Before his spiritual sense could warn him, his entire body, including his spirit, had completely exploded. Whoosh! After killing his opponent with one blow, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand, and the big-headed black stick hundreds of millions of kilometers away immediately gathered the boundless blood and qi that had scattered in all directions and was directly absorbed into Yi Xian's body. At this point, he had a total of 11 sovereign blood essences in his possession. Among them, there were even 2 sovereign blood essences in the later stages of the sovereign realm. Among these 2, there was even 1 sovereign blood essence of the sovereign realm at the peak of the 9th stage. After doing all this, Yi Xian's body shook and directly shrunk to the size of only 3 meters. He directly went to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and disappeared, entering the space inside the cauldron. At this moment, in the 10 balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the void, there suddenly came a series of horrified exclamations. What happened? Donkey Master actually died. Damn it, this violent ape is too cunning. The big-headed black stick in his hand actually has the ability to attack through space, and this time, when he was performing this space manipulation technique, he actually activated that kind of all-out explosive power at the same time. With the combination of the two, the power of this attack can be said to be terrifying, and it hit the back of Donkey Master's head. The sneak attack was a success in an instant. It's over, he successfully hunted down another Supreme Stage fellow Daoist. Right. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely too lazy to pay attention to everything that was happening outside the cauldron. Inside, after entering the space inside the cauldron, at this moment, the only thought in his mind was to immediately shut himself away and start a breakthrough. He had to push his cultivation strength to the peak of the 9th level of Universe Supreme first. He has been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. The violent ape, who had shrunk to only 3 meters tall, appeared in the sky and landed on the edge of the volcano in the central domain. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central domain. Xiao, 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 with a wave of his hand, along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light suddenly shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the farmer god cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He waved his hand and swallowed them into his stomach. Walala. Chapter 45-77. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. There was only one. Right. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to it at all. He immediately focused his attention and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body again and again. The battle this time was equally intense, even more intense than the previous third battle. Therefore, it only took 2 days for Yi Xian to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Following after that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dang! The shackles completely broke, and the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the flesh body. Current realm, 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. He had finally stepped into the half-step supreme level. Now, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to swallow a level 27 supreme level pill and smoothly step into the realm of a universe supreme. First, during the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at 8th stage Eternity Lord. Then, activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body would allow him to climb up to 9th stage pinnacle of an Eternity Lord. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to 9th stage pinnacle of an Eternity Lord. If coupled with the boundless energy and blood in his body, his true battle power would be comparable to a first stage great being. And this time, following his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the power of a first stage universe supreme after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a first stage great being of the primordial era. And if he took into account the boundless energy and blood in his huge body that was 60 million miles long, his true battle power would be enhanced by 1 level. That right now, Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was close to that of a second-order primordial expert. He was infinitely close to. But this is far from enough, Yi Xian murmured as if he was sleep-talking. As he spoke, he fiercely clenched his fists, a cold light flashed in his eyes. After this breakthrough, those 10 old fogies outside can no longer trap me. Even if I can't trick them into using this kind of battle to temper my body, it doesn't matter anymore. Therefore, even if I enter the space inside the cauldron for a slightly longer time, I don't have to be afraid that those 10 old men will have any suspicions. This time, because my cultivation level has reached the 9th order pinnacle of the universe master level, there is no need to go through so many battles like before to digest the gains from the most recent breakthrough and perfectly integrate them into my body and godly spirit. Only then will I be able to usher in a new breakthrough opportunity. This time, as long as I have a level 27 supreme treasure pellet, I can break through at any time, and I have been preparing for this kind of supreme treasure pellet for a long time. This is the best opportunity for us to make another breakthrough in one go. Then he said. At this point, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and suddenly waved his hand again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to break through this time. The most important one was a level 27 supreme treasure pellet. After activating the domain of the Shinong cauldron and compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fish, Yi Xian directly swallowed them into his stomach. After that, he closed his eyes and excitedly began the final breakthrough. Wah, la, la. As expected, the sound of the chains covering the sky and earth resounded. Although there was only one shackle this time, it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through was the bottleneck of a major realm, and it was no small matter. Very quickly, he activated the huge river of energy formed in his body with all his strength, and it began to circulate in all the meridians in his body. This time, it took even longer. After a full 10 days, this large river of energy was finally completely refined. Immediately after, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken in response. At this moment, the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 1 universe supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 1 Universe Supreme. Level 1 Universe Supreme. He had finally officially broken through to the Supreme level. Previously, Yi Xian's peak combat power had already reached a terrifying level that was comparable to a Level 2 Universe Supreme. Now, with another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian's demonic ape bloodline would instantly reach the level of a Level 2 Universe Supreme after activating it. If he used the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat power would reach the level of a Level 2 Universe Supreme. Then, in addition, within a 60 million miles gigantic body, there was an enormous amount of energy and blood, which was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. Then, the strongest combat power that Yi Xian could display now was at the level of a Level 3 Universe Supreme. This was already the peak of the initial stage of this realm, and he was only one step away from entering the middle stage of the Supreme level. There are still 10 fellows outside. Among them, there are 4 Supreme beings from the primordial era. 2 of them are at the initial stage, and the other 2 are at the middle stage. Subconsciously clenching his fists, Yi Xian's chest surged as he softly muttered, "Those 2 early-stage Supreme experts are no longer my match." If they were to use the Blood Sea's secret technique and activate the power of their clones, they would definitely be able to easily kill each and every one of them in a 3-on-1 battle. However, the other 2 at the middle stage are a little troublesome. One of them is at the 4th level of the primordial era. If I use the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, it will be difficult for me to kill him, but I can suppress him and force him to flee. The key is the 5th level of the primordial era. Even if I use the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to barely tie with the opponent. The key is that the 4 supreme beings from the primordial era are not alone. They are gathered together, so even if I use the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, I won't have any chance of winning. However, it's impossible for the other party to keep me here. After saying that, he said. At this point, Yi Xian did not speak anymore and fell into silence. Pendulum, there were 2 choices in front of him. 1. With his current strength, it was no longer possible for the 10 powerful existences outside to stop Yi Xian. In addition, Yi Xian was the only one left. The other choice was to stay and try to kill a few more supreme beings. As for the supreme beings from the primordial era, in the current situation, with 4 supreme beings of this realm gathered together, there was basically no chance of successfully killing them. This. Chapter 45-78. This is a rare opportunity. This time, 6 Universe Supremes are gathered together, and they have all underestimated the enemy. As long as I act quickly, I dare not say that I can kill all of them, but at least half of them. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to do it again. Now, he was a true supreme of the universe. As long as he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, it was time for him to swallow the 28th supreme elixir and officially enter the desolate antiquity realm in one fell swoop. From the 1st order to the 9th order, it was only a breakthrough of 8 small stages. In fact, it wasn't that far. As for the perfect recipe for the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill, he had already successfully deduced it. The devouring system in his body was currently deducing the perfect recipe for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill. Also, in other words, for the current Yi Xian, refining the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill was urgent. Since that was the case, he had to gather as much Supreme Blood Essence as possible in the shortest amount of time possible to concoct the level 28 Supreme Elixir Pellet. The treasure pill required Supreme Blood Essences refined from the majestic blood mist formed after the body of a supreme ferocious beast exploded. And if he wanted to open the furnace, he would need at least 5 Supreme Blood Essences. Due to the grade and quality of the raw materials, for Yi Xian, this might be the only time he could refine the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. He might not refine it again in the future. Therefore, when he opened the furnace this time, he naturally had to maximize the amount of sovereign blood essence as much as possible. This way, he would be able to refine the highest amount of level 28 Supreme Elixir pellets. Currently, he had a total of 11 Supreme Blood Essences in his hands. 2 of them were refined from the blood and chi of late-stage Supremes. With 11 Supreme Blood Essences, Yi Xian was more than 50% confident that he could refine 7 Supreme Blood Essences. If the power of the level 9 Supreme Blood Essence was included, the number could be increased by 1, which was 8 Supreme Blood Essences. That was basically the number. If he wanted to reach 9, the probability would plummet to about 30%. This blood essence of a level 28 mighty figure sounded like a lot. Apart from Yi Xian himself, it would allow him to have 7 more primordial mighty figures under his command. But this was only for the current situation of the universe. Once the primordial age fully descended, a large number of primordial age supreme beings and primordial age supreme beings would appear out of nowhere. Yi Xian only had 7 supreme beings under his command, which was obviously far from enough, hence, he couldn't help but be tempted by the 6 universe supremes gathered before him. As for the 4 primordial era experts, Yi Xian had no intention of killing them at all. That was simply unrealistic. Counting the time, I've already stayed in the space within the cauldron for 12 days this time. I presume that the 10 old fellows guarding outside have long since guessed that I've already broken through once again. After making the decision, Yi Xian began to analyze the details of this final battle. After all, they were facing 10 powerful existences who were at least at the late stage of the supremacy realm. They had to be extra careful. The last time I appeared, I was at the 7th Order Supremacy Realm, and my combat power was comparable to an 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert. In their opinion, it's obviously impossible to break through 2 levels consecutively in 12 days. Hence, when I go out, they expect my cultivation level to be at the 8th Order Supremacy Realm, but it's comparable to a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert. Among the 6 Universe Supremes outside, 5 of them are at the 7th Order and the 8th Order Supremacy Realm, and only one of them is at the 9th Order Supremacy Realm. If I have the big-headed black stick in my hand, if it's a one-on-one battle, they probably won't dare to fight me again. And in their opinion, my combat power is comparable to a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert, and I have the big-headed black stick as my support. They are extremely confident that they are invincible in the Supremacy Realm. And in the previous 2 battles, I killed an 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert and a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert one after another. This is when my confidence is at its peak, hence, under such circumstances, even if I go out with the big-headed black stick and challenge the remaining 6 Universe Supremes at the same time with my 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert and 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert, it shouldn't arouse too much suspicion. What's more, even if they are suspicious, to them, this is their last chance. If there are no accidents, this group of old fogies will definitely grit their teeth and fight for the last time. At this point, Yi Xian deliberately moved, and a burning light burst out from his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists again. Similarly, to me, this is also the last battle. 6 Universe Supremes, even if I only kill 3 of them, I can get 3 more level 28 Supreme Beings pills. The temptation is too great, it's worth a gamble. Roar! The last battle, after that, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed to the top of the space inside the cauldron and disappeared. God outside the cauldron, in the universe void. 1. In the blink of an eye, a full 12 days had passed since Yi Xian killed the yellow-ear gray donkey and entered the space inside the Shin-known cauldron. But, even so, in the universe void a billion miles away from the Shin-known cauldron, the 10 light balls were still firmly guarding it, and they didn't leave. This time, they had mobilized 8 late-stage Supremes and 4 primordial beings. Until now, nearly 2 months had passed, and they had paid a heavy price of losing 2 late-stage Supremes. If they still ended up with nothing in the end, it would be absolutely unacceptable. So no matter what, they would be trapped here and wouldn't give up easily. However, as time passed slowly, the despair in the hearts of these 10 Supremes grew stronger and stronger. First, when they entered the space inside the Shin Cauldron for the last battle, Bao Yuan already had the terrifying combat power to kill a 9th stage Supreme Being. If he broke through to the next level, he might be able to fight a 1st stage Primordial Being head-on. Then, he was definitely an invincible being in the Supreme Being realm. When the 7th day came, the 10 Supremes were completely sure of this point, because 7 days was enough for the other party to break through to the next level. Just as because of this, once the 7 days passed, the existences hibernating in the 10 light balls began to secretly communicate with each other via divine consciousness, discussing the follow-up plan and countermeasures. Because the situation had changed, Bao Yuan was already invincible in the Supreme Being realm, and it was very likely that he even had the power to fight a 1st stage Primordial Being head-on. It would be very difficult for them to trap him again. This time, the discussion took a full 5 days, and the powerful existences in the 10 light balls finally reached a comprehensive consensus. They decided to give up a portion of the benefits this time, and use this as a benefit to invite 2 Supreme Beings of the universe to come. With 2 Supreme Beings of this level making a move, they should be able to forcibly break through the power field of the Shin Cauldron. In this way, they would be able to capture Bao Yuan on the spot. Chapter 45-79. Xiao. A figure appeared at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. It was Bao Yuan. Although, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation of Demonic Ape, Yi Xian already had the power of a 2nd stage Desolation God Cauldron. If he added the power of the blood in his 60-million-mile-long body, his power was comparable to that of a 3rd stage Desolation God Cauldron. However, at this moment, Yi Xian didn't reveal his cultivation. From the aura emanating from Bao Yuan's body was only that of an 8th-level Universe Supreme. Even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge body, he was only comparable to a 9th-level complete Universe Supreme, which was equivalent to that of a half-step Supreme Being. Dang! However, in the eyes of the group of old fellows around the Farmer God Cauldron a billion kilometers away, the current Bao Yuan was definitely an invincible existence in the Supreme Realm. Namely, not to mention the Blood Sea's secret technique and the power of his doppelganger, just by using the big-headed black rod, Bao Yuan could barely fight with a 1st stage Universe Supreme Realm. Dang! Even so, it was only a battle of strength. He could only passively take a beating without being able to attack. Why are you guys still here? The moment he appeared, Yi Xian started to provoke them. His voice was filled with uncontrollable pride and excitement. This was in line with his 2 consecutive victories, and the fact that he had even killed 2 powerful late-stage Supreme Beings, as well as his recent breakthrough to the next level of his cultivation. He did this on purpose so that the 10 old guys would not be suspicious. It's been more than 10 days, and this Star Lord has broken through another level of cultivation. Now, I'm at the 8th level of the Supreme Realm, but I can kill any Supreme Realm existence. You no longer have the chance to fight this Star Lord. Not to mention a one-on-one battle, even if the remaining 6 Supreme Realm experts were to attack together, this Star Lord would still be able to beat the crap out of you. After that, Bao Yuan raised his head and laughed proudly. He looked down on the world and was invincible. This time, the 10 spheres of light surrounding the Farmer God Cauldron all fell silent. No one responded to Bao Yuan's provocation. After a long while of his arrogance and mockery, the powerful existences in the 10 balls of light finally couldn't hold themselves back. In private, they began to communicate with each other using their divine sense. It obtained 2 great victories in succession and annihilated 2 formidable advanced stage Exalt Realm experts like us. Moreover, it even smoothly broke through 2 levels of cultivation during this period of time. No wonder this ferocious ape would become so arrogant now. If it was us, we would probably be in the same state as well. It's just a little infuriating. Thinking back to 2 months ago, what kind of scene was it when we first trapped him? How did all of this happen? Now, they are actually so unbearable that they are being mocked by the trapped prey. Although I am unwilling to accept it, it is the truth. The current Bao Yuan is indeed invincible within the sovereign realm. Even those who have just entered the almighty realm might not be able to kill him easily. Perhaps, we still have a chance. That's right. This ferocious ape has become so arrogant, and it is the easiest time for him to reveal his flaws in the battle. If it were one-on-one, none of the 6 universe supremes among us would be his match. However, if it were 6 against 1, it is highly possible to turn the tables in one battle. As long as the ferocious ape reveals his flaws, the 6 powerful advanced stage supremes will attack him at the same time. No matter how strong he is. After all, he is only a supreme being, not a real primordial ancient great being. If he is caught off guard, it is highly possible that he will be captured instantly. If so, there is no need to share the benefits with the other 2 primordial ancient great beings. At this point, the powerful existences in the 10 balls of light stopped talking and fell silent again. They were all thinking about the feasibility of this plan. One had to know that they had spent almost 2 months here to encircle and annihilate the ferocious ape. During this period of time, not to mention all kinds of anxiety, just their companions alone had already lost 2 universe supremes. After paying such a huge price, no one was willing to share the benefits with others. Besides, the 2 beings that they had just sent a message to were both primordial ancient great beings, and they were stronger than anyone else present. This way, once the ferocious ape was captured, when it came to sharing the benefits, the 2 universe supremes would definitely get the biggest share. Not to mention, they would definitely not get a share of the Shinong Cauldron and the Shinong Pestle. After working so hard for so long and paying such a huge price, in the end, they would give up the biggest share of the benefits. Unless they had no other choice, no one would be willing to accept this. But hence, as long as there was still a chance, they would not give it up easily. After a short period of silence, the powerful beings in the 10 balls of light finally made up their minds. They secretly communicated with each other through their deified consciousnesses. Perhaps, this is a good opportunity for us. If it is 6 against 1, there is at least a 60% chance of capturing this ferocious ape. This is already very high, and it is worth the fight. That's right. This ferocious ape is so powerful, and he must have a lot of secrets. Just the Shinong Cauldron and the Shinong Pestle are in front of us. The things that haven't been revealed must be even more amazing. If such benefits are shared out, it will be really unfair. More importantly, the 2 beings that we invited are primordial ancient great beings, and they are going to take the biggest share. There is no need to say more. Let's fight. This is the last chance. If we succeed, of course, it will be better. If we fail, at least we will have no regrets. If so, then we should hurry. We have just sent a message asking for help. According to my deduction, the 2 supremes of the initial stage will need at least 2 days to arrive here. Therefore, we have to end this battle within 2 days. Otherwise, once those 2 supreme beings at the initial stage arrive, even if they didn't contribute, it's impossible not to share the benefits after the battle with them. Howl! Howl! Ferocious ape, don't be so arrogant. So what if you are invincible among supremes? Today, we will definitely kill you. 1 against 6, this is what you said yourself. Now that we have decided to fight, you won't go back on your word, will you? If that's really the case, then scram back to the Shinong Cauldron while it's still high. Continue to be a coward and drag out your last breath. But there is no harm in telling you the truth. We have sent a signal asking for help, and in 2 days, 2 supremes of the initial stage of the primordial ancient great beings will arrive here. Even if you can be free, these are the last 2 days. Come out and fight, there is no way back. You can only fight. Howl. Howl. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, 6 of the 10 light clusters that were circling in the distant void rushed out in an instant. While mocking and even threatening warnings, they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 4580. Shio. Shio, shio, shio. In the air, a faint but sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 6 light balls instantly shot over and arrived in front of the farmer god cauldron in the blink of an eye. They surrounded the farmer god cauldron in the universe void that was only 200 to 300 million miles away. At this point, there were only 4 light balls left in the void a billion miles away. All of them were great beings from the remote antiquity era. 2 of them were at the early stage, and the other 2 were at the middle stage. Very quickly. Soon, as the 6 balls of light shot over, they entered the battlefield. The balls of light of different colors that originally enveloped their bodies dissipated one after another and were all retracted into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 6 powerful beings in the light balls revealed their true forms. The 6 powerful ferocious beasts were all at the late stage of the universe supreme realm. Among them, one was at the peak of the 9th order supreme realm, and it was a double-headed black dragon. Until one was at the 8th order supreme realm, and it was a mixed-blood phoenix. The other 4 were all at the 7th order supreme realm. Among them, the red-top snapping turtle had fought with Yi Xian in the first battle. The other 3 were at the 7th order supreme realm. They were a greenback spike beast, a starry sky fox wolf, and a golden bug clan. The 6 supreme ferocious beasts, for at the 7th order, one at the 8th order, and one at the peak of the 9th order, revealed their figures at this moment. They were all tens of millions of miles long, and they surrounded the farmer god cauldron in the universe void that was 200 to 300 million miles away. An invisible and majestic pressure instantly gathered into one. Look! When he saw this, Bao Yuan, who had rushed out from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, stood in the void in front of the cauldron. His eyes gleamed, and an uncontrollable sense of pride instantly surged into his heart. 6 powerful universe supremes. In the past, in Yi Xian's eyes, existences at this level were like high mountains that he could only look up to. But now, he was going to fight 6 powerful late-stage supreme beings alone. Mo Wuji thought to himself. For some reason, his heart was filled with emotions. He felt as if he was in a dream. In an instant, Yi Xian seemed to hear a faint cracking sound in his ears. After being slightly startled, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth instantly revealed a happy smile. His luck had truly come. Who would have thought that such a sudden sigh would be like an epiphany, causing his state of mind to rise a little again. This was not to be underestimated, because as his state of mind rose, his soul seemed to have undergone a transformation. Even if he didn't experience a hearty battle, Yi Xian would still be able to immediately go into closed-door cultivation. Furthermore, he was certain that he would be able to successfully break through another level of cultivation. Just this point alone made his decision to stay and fight the final battle worth it. But this was obviously not enough. Since Yi Xian had decided to stay, then he had to get more out of it. Roar! If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, the Star Lord, will fight against 6 of you and crush you all. With a shocking roar, the size of Bao Yuan instantly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a height of 60 million miles, but the cultivation aura emitted from his body was still only that of an 8th-level universe supreme. Even so, even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge physical body, he was only comparable to a 9th-level universe supreme. But even so, he was still fearless. As soon as the words left his mouth, he had already swung the big-headed black stick on his right shoulder. With a shake of his shoulder, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the red-top snapping turtle on the right side of the void at an extremely fast speed. Screech! The red-top snapping turtle secretly complained in his heart. In the previous battle, he didn't particularly go against Bao Yuan, but he didn't know why this guy came to him first. But, now that Bao Yuan was here, even if he was depressed, he could only brace himself and fight. Looking up, after letting out a screech, the red-top snapping turtle's body instantly turned into a stream of light and went straight toward Bao Yuan. Xiao, however, almost in the next instant, the figure of the violent ape that was charging towards him actually disappeared halfway. This was clearly the rhythm of using the void teleportation. In the next moment, when Bao Yuan's 60 million miles huge body appeared again, he was already more than 100 million miles away to the right rear. He was swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand and smashing it toward the golden bug race that was more than 10 million miles away. Yi Xian hated bugs the most. Since there was one here, he naturally couldn't deal with the other opponents first. This bug must be his first target. He was too fast, and he used a trick to make a commotion. The golden bug didn't react in time at all. When he realized that the situation was bad, he directly teleported to his side. The starry sky violent ape, which was only over 10 million miles away from him, had already raised its right arm high and swung that ferocious-looking big-headed black stick, smashing it down on the bug's back. Bang! A loud roar rang out in the void. The huge body of the golden insect clan exploded in an instant. Under the terrifying power of this blow, his body had completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just the blood mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant, turning into a golden waterfall of majestic qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered his body with incomparable agility. It would be sent into the Shinong cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. In a short while, in an instant, an opponent was killed. His body exploded and turned into a blood mist that was taken away, causing the number of supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands to increase again, reaching a total of 12. However, all of this was only the beginning. In the nearby universe void within 200 to 300 million miles, there were still 5 tempting supreme blood essences waiting for him to harvest. Screech! Thinking of this excitedly, Bao Yuan raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, he was ferocious, and his demonic power was unparalleled. However, the other 5 late-stage supreme masters in the surrounding void were shocked by this scene in an instant. After being stunned for a moment, they exclaimed in horror almost at the same time, "What? A golden venerable actually fell. Damn it, this Bao Yuan is too cunning. I saw him rushing toward Lord Crocodile just now. I didn't expect that this was just a feint. The real target is the golden venerable behind him. How long has it been? It's only been a breath, and a rank 7 supreme master has fallen. This kind of power is simply unstoppable. Fellow cultivators, don't be distracted anymore. Bao Yuan's strength has now surpassed ours. If we fight on our own, the final result will only be to be killed by him one by one. Yes, we must unite, cooperate perfectly, and attack him at the same time." Roar. Screech. Screech. Chapter 4581. Roar. Good, I'm going to kill all of you one by one. Seeing the 5 powerful late-stage supreme beings charging at him at the same time, Bao Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. As soon as his voice was heard, he disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was behind one of the 5 late-stage supreme beings. This time, he was targeting the greenback hedgehog, one of the 5 supreme beings. This guy's cultivation level was only at the 7th level supreme being. To the current Yi Xian, he was like an ant that could be dealt with by the big-headed black cudgel. Without hesitation, Bao Yuan swung the cudgel in his hand and smashed it fiercely. Bang! A huge roar resounded in the void. The greenback hedgehog's huge body exploded in an instant. Under the terrifying power of this blow, his body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Shio! Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body and enveloped a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant and turned into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky and entered his body nimbly. It would be sent into the Shinnon cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. Another Supreme Being blood essence had been obtained. Now, there were only 4 late-stage Supreme Beings who were still fighting around him. In just a few breaths, 1/3 of them were gone. This result caught the other 4 late-stage Supreme Beings off guard. Under the shock and fear in their hearts, the 4 huge figures that were rushing over paused in the void at the same time. This was completely a subconscious action, but it was also because of this action that Bao Yuan found another opportunity, Xiao. With a shake of his shoulders, Bao Yuan rushed toward the double-headed black dragon. This was clearly the rhythm of locking the 3rd target on him. Seeing this scene, the other 3 late-stage Supreme Beings were subconsciously relieved. In their opinion, at least they were temporarily safe. However, an accident happened. Hong, just as he arrived at the double-headed black dragon's side, the violet ape raised the big-headed black stick high up in the air. Just as he was about to swing it down, the big-headed black stick strangely disappeared in an instant. After losing the big-headed black club, the violet ape changed its swing into a punch. A terrifying fish that was even larger than a meteor smashed towards the side of the double-headed black dragon. Roar, after all, this guy was a half-step grand cultivator. His speed was extremely fast, and his reaction speed was also extremely shocking. He raised his head and roared, easily dodging the attack. Boom! Almost at the same time, in another direction, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Turning his head to look, the big-headed black stick that had just disappeared from the violent ape's hand had actually strangely appeared in that direction. It fiercely swung down, smashing onto the back of the starry sky fox wolf, bang! This blow was heavy and fierce, and the sound of the explosion shook the heavens. The starry sky fox wolf's huge body exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, under the terrifying power of this blow, his body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! Without hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that had just spread out swept over, transforming into a majestic waterfall of blood and qi. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it drilled into the body with incomparable agility, leaving it for the Shinnon cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in a single breath. In the time it took to take a breath, the violet ape had killed another late-stage sovereign and obtained another precious sovereign blood essence. In the blink of an eye, of the 6 powerful late-stage sovereigns, only the double-headed black dragon, the mixed-blood phoenix, and the pill-top snapping turtle were left. Now, when these 3 fellows saw how powerful the violent ape was, especially the big-headed black stick in its hand, it was like a killing stick. As long as they were touched by it, their bodies would instantly explode and they would die. The 3 fellows were terrified to the extreme. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest confidence in joining forces to capture the violent ape, and even felt that it was just an extravagant hope. Although this situation was indeed a little strange, time was too short, and there was no time for them to think too much. Right now, the most important thing for these 3 fellows was to quickly withdraw. Otherwise, today's rhythm was clearly the rhythm of annihilation. Roar! Roar, roar! With this thought, the 3 powerful late-stage sovereigns instantly raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they each chose a direction and began to escape. The one with the fastest speed was none other than the double-headed black dragon with the strongest cultivation. However, he was calm and unruffled, as if he was not too worried that the violent ape could kill him like the 3 7th-stage sovereigns. In fact, with Bao Yuan's current battle prowess that was comparable to a 9th-order venerable on the surface, even if he wielded the big-headed black stick, it would be hard for him to kill a 9th-order venerable who was prepared for it in one strike. But this did not matter. The double-headed black dragon was prepared to be the last to make a move. At that time, even if he used a part of his hidden strength, it would not matter. Because after killing the last double-headed black dragon, it was time for him to withdraw and leave. At this moment, Yi Xian did not pay attention to the double-headed black dragon at all. When he saw that these 3 fellows wanted to escape, he rushed toward the mixed-blood phoenix at the first moment. Whoosh! At the same time, the big-headed black stick that had just returned to his hand disappeared again with a faint sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, the double-headed black dragon and the red-headed crocodile turtle felt their scalps suddenly go numb. In an instant, all of them raised their vigilance to the extreme because they did not know if the big-headed black stick that had mysteriously disappeared would reappear on top of their heads. Boom! As soon as this thought appeared, the big-headed black stick had already appeared and smashed at the back of the red-headed crocodile turtle's head. This attack was too sudden. In an instant, the explosion was earth-shattering. The huge body of the crocodile turtle, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant. It suddenly exploded. Under the terrifying power of this attack, its body completely exploded into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye and rapidly spread out. Whoosh! The violent ape waved its hand, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of blood and qi. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky. It rushed into the body with incomparable agility. It would be sent into the Shinong cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. Roar! The violent ape raised its head and let out a roar of joy. At this time, a punch had already been thrown out. Bang! Chapter 4582. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the violent ape's fist landed on the right wing of the mixed-blood phoenix, causing its body to suddenly stop. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The huge body of the mixed-blood phoenix, which was tens of thousands of miles long, had already exploded with a loud bang. Although the violent ape did not use the big-headed black stick in this attack, the moment the giant fist touched the mixed-blood phoenix, it released some of the power that had been hidden in its body and rushed into the mixed-blood phoenix's body. There was no suspense in this result. The huge body of the mixed-blood phoenix, under the terrifying power of this attack, completely exploded into a bloody mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! The violent ape raised its hand, and the big-headed black stick turned into a weak black light that shot into its hand. At the same time, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from the violent ape's body, enveloping an area of 10 million miles. The bloody mist that the mixed-blood phoenix had just spread out was instantly swept up, turning into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly entered the violent ape's body and disappeared. Roar! At this moment, the double-headed black dragon suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His body's momentum instantly increased by 30% as he raised his head and let out an incomparably clear dragon roar. You won't be able to escape. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. Yi Xian's voice came out, and after tightening the grip on the big-headed black stick in his hand, his body flashed and he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of the double-headed black dragon. Without any hesitation, he raised the big-headed black stick high above his head and directly smashed it down at the double-headed black dragon. Roar! At this moment, on the verge of life and death, the double-headed black dragon once again let out a sorrowful cry. Bam! With an earth-shattering explosion, one of the two huge heads of the double-headed black dragon instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. There's actually such a move. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but he did not hesitate at all and immediately made his move. Swish! As the violent ape waved its hand, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood, like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered the body with incomparable agility. The reason was that the bloody mist formed by the explosion of this head was also a part of the double-headed black dragon's body. Condensing a vicious beast's blood essence required all the blood mist formed after the vicious beast's body exploded as the blood essence material. It was fine to lose a little bit, but if too much was lost, it was very likely that the blood essence would not be successfully condensed. Even if it was incomplete, the of the bloods of the blood, it would still the violent the of the blood. However, what had exploded in front of him was one of the heads of the double-headed black dragon. The blood mist in this part was definitely not as simple as a strand or a half. If it was allowed to spread out and completely disperse, then even if it killed the double-headed black dragon, this supreme blood essence would not be able to. At this moment, after putting away the bloody mist in half a breath, the violent ape's figure flashed again. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from where it was. Through teleportation, it rushed towards the double-headed black dragon that was fleeing to the right. The previous strike had almost hit the back of the double-headed black dragon. It was precisely at this critical juncture of life and death that the twin-headed black dragon endured the pain and detonated one of its heads, allowing its main body to escape. However, it was only able to teleport over 100 million kilometers away in an instant. Now, the violent ape rushed over again, and in an instant, it was already on his left side. One head, one life. Unfortunately, you are not a 9-headed bird. Today, this Star Lord wants to see if you dare to explode your last head. Boom! As Yi Xian's divine sense voice sounded, the big-headed black stick on his shoulder suddenly swung out, swung high above his head, and then smashed down fiercely. Een. The double-headed black dragon trembled all over as it raised its head and let out a sorrowful cry. Then, its tail suddenly exploded with a bang, a cloud of bloody mist spread out, and the double-headed black dragon moved horizontally again. In an instant, it had crossed hundreds of millions of miles, but it was once again forced by the violent ape to the position where it had exploded its head. You can still come. Next time, this Star Lord wants to see what else you can explode. This result surprised Yi Xian, but he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles. The bloody mist swept over in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky and entered his body with incomparable agility. Come on, let this Star Lord see what else you can explode this time. After doing all this, the violent ape tightened its grip on the big-headed black stick in its hand, and in a flash, it chased after it again. In just a breath, the violent ape had already arrived behind the double-headed black dragon. At this time, the double-headed black dragon was no longer as mighty as before. Only one of the two ferocious heads was left, and at the base of the other head, there was only a huge bloody hole. It looked incomparably ferocious, and it was a ghastly sight. What was even more shocking was its tail. Almost 1/5 of its body had exploded along with it. It looked as if a part of its body had been cut off, and it was in an extremely sorry state. You don't have a chance. As soon as his figure appeared, the violent ape roared again. The big-headed black stick on its shoulder was raised high above its head and smashed down fiercely. Screech! This time, what came out of the double-headed black dragon's mouth was no longer a dragon's roar, but a sharp screech filled with unwillingness and mournfulness. Because he had already completely given up hope, realizing that in the next moment, it might be the moment of his death. Bam! Without any suspense, the big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed down, landing in the middle of the double-headed black dragon's back. This blow was heavy and fierce, and the sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. The double-headed black dragon's huge body, which was already less than 10 million miles long, had already exploded in an instant. His body, under the terrifying power of this blow, completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye, rapidly spreading out. Whoosh! With his heart suddenly relieved, the violent ape did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that had just spread out swept over, turning into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood, like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered his body with incomparable agility. At this point, the 6 powerful late-stage sovereigns had all fallen, and the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had skyrocketed to 17 today. All of this happened too quickly. From the beginning of this great battle to now, only a dozen breaths of time had passed. Chapter 4583. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The huge body of the double-headed black dragon exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was absorbed by the violent ape with a wave of his hand. Only a dozen breaths had passed since the start of the battle. A dozen breaths was enough for the powerful beings of the primordial era to do many things. However, the powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the 4 light balls a billion miles away didn't make a move. It was actually a freak combination of factors that led to this. When the first late-stage Supreme Being was killed, they thought it was just an accident and didn't take it seriously. There wasn't a big difference between 6 late-stage Supreme Beings and 5 late-stage Supreme Beings to capture the violent ape. However, when the second late-stage Supreme Being was killed, the 4 powerful beings of the primordial era finally felt that something was wrong. Before they could react, the 3rd and 4th late-stage 9 Heaven Supremes were killed one after another in an instant. This series of changes was too shocking and happened too fast. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the 4 light balls couldn't react at all. However, at this moment, the 5th Supreme Being, which was the mixed-blood phoenix, was killed. This shocked them again. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era were so shocked that they thought they were in a dream. None of this was real. Then, 2 breaths later, when they were hesitating whether to make a move, the double-headed black dragon was killed by the violent ape. This scene once again shocked the 4 primordial great beings that were hibernating in the light. Their minds shook violently, and even the light that shrouded them shook slightly. After half an instant, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the light balls finally came back to their senses at this moment and sent out their divine consciousness voices. Damn it! What happened? Why did this happen? It's only been a dozen breaths. 6 powerful universe supreme beings, including one at the 8th level and one at the peak of the 9th level, were all killed. The most important thing is that the violent ape is only at the 8th level of this realm. This doesn't make sense. What should we do now? Should we just let him go on like this? This won't do. I can't restrain myself any longer. This battle isn't an arranged battle, nor is it interfering with the arranged battle because all of his opponents have perished. So, even if I make a move, it won't be related to the Tao oath we made earlier. If that's the case, that's fine too. Yak-Soon is a stage 2 almighty. No matter how heaven-defying this ape is, it can only barely exchange a few blows with a stage 1 almighty. With you around, you can definitely hold him back. We'll stay put for now in case the violent ape teleport back to Farmer God's treasured cauldron. Yak Master, try to lure him away from Farmer God's cauldron, as long as he's more than 1 billion miles away from the cauldron. And, of the 4 supreme beings of the primordial era, of the 4 of us. These voices were not hidden at first, but when it came to the plan, it became a private communication. At this moment, when the communication was over, one of the 4 balls of light instantly shot forward. The other 3 balls of light, in order to reassure the violent ape, even subconsciously retreated 1 billion miles or so. In this way, they were 2 billion miles away from the farmer god's treasured cauldron, which was surrounded in the center of the formation. It was enough for Yak Master to lure the violent ape to an area 1 billion miles away from the cauldron. Rumble, after all, he was a supreme being of the primordial era. His speed was naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was only 200 million miles away from the violent ape. Not only was his speed fast, but his power was also shocking. It could be said that rumbling thunder could be heard in the void. At this moment, the violent ape had just killed the double-headed black dragon and had not returned to the farmer god's treasured cauldron. It was about 100 million miles away from the cauldron. Bao Yuan was stunned for a moment when he saw the first ball of light rumbling over while the other 3 balls of light had retreated another billion miles. Now, they were already 2 billion miles away from Farmer God's treasured cauldron. Then, a bright light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Originally, according to Yi Xian's plan, after killing the 6 supreme beings of the late stage, he would immediately withdraw and leave this place. But now, it only took him a dozen breaths to kill the 6 supreme beings of the late stage. It was almost negligible. Although now he could confirm that they did send a signal to invite the 2 supreme beings of the early stage to deal with him. But they had said before that the 2 supreme beings of the early stage would need at least 2 days to arrive. The credibility of this was very high. In Yi Xian's opinion, the reason why they suddenly changed their minds and decided to send out 6 late-stage sovereigns to fight the final battle with him was clearly because they were unwilling and didn't want to distribute the benefits to the 2 early-stage primordial sovereigns that were about to arrive. So they gritted their teeth and prepared for the last battle. Since that was the case, the 2 supreme beings of the early stage would not be able to arrive in a short time. Otherwise, they would not have the time to make such a final struggle. If that was the case, Yi Xian would not be in a hurry to leave immediately. Moreover, Yi Xian's strength could reach the 2nd level of the primordial era under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline. If he counted the power of the blood energy in his 60 million mile long body, Yi Xian's strength would be at the peak of the primordial era. His battle strength would be comparable to the 3rd level of the primordial era. It was impossible for him to fight against the 2 supreme beings of the early stage of the primordial era. But it was not impossible for him to escape as long as he saw the opportunity. In other words, even if the 2 supreme beings of the early stage arrived, Yi Xian would not be in the same awkward situation as before. But of course, he would not take the risk to fight the 2 supreme beings of the primordial era head-on. But it was still very tempting to try and see if he could kill another supreme being of the primordial era before they arrived. More importantly, the aura emitted from the ball of light that was rumbling toward him was only at the 2nd level of the primordial era. It was 1 level weaker than Yi Xian's current peak battle strength. This was clearly delivering itself to him. It was not Yi Xian's style to let it go so easily. Chapter 4584. Hong. Long. 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 Although I am not willing to admit it, this is the truth. You are already invincible in the supreme realm. Along with the rumbling sound, a voice of divine consciousness was transmitted from within the ball of light. It was extremely low and deep, and there was no hint of anger being emitted from it. However, there was an invisible sense of might and ferocity. No Universe Supreme Master is a match for you anymore. The current you is already able to fight against a powerful being from the primordial era. I am merely at the initial stage of this realm, so I am not bullying you. Do you still dare to fight me? Hong. Long. Long. As the last sentence was uttered, the ball of light that enveloped this powerful being from the primordial era completely dissipated and entered his body. Ching. In an instant, a gigantic blood-devouring star yak appeared in the void. Compared to the raging star ape, it was only slightly smaller. It was a total of more than 40 million miles. Other than the golden godly dragon, the giant void tortoise, and the other beings from the primordial era, this was the largest ferocious star beast that Yi Xian had ever seen in the current starry sky. Just as the other party had said, the aura of cultivation emitted from its body was that of a second-level powerful being from the primordial era, and it was not very vigorous. Judging from this point, this blood-devouring star yak should have just entered the second level of the primordial era not too long ago. At most, it was not more than 500 years. It could be considered as a powerful being from the primordial era who had just entered the second level of the primordial era. Although I am only at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Master, in terms of actual combat power, I am indeed on par with a powerful being from the primordial era, standing in the void of the universe 200 million miles away. The raging star ape held the big-headed black stick in his right hand and carried it on his right shoulder. He was in a leisurely and insufferably powerful posture. He glanced sideways at the blood-devouring star yak as if it was nothing. He snorted coldly and immediately warned, "Yak, do you really want to fight with me? To tell you the truth, my true strength is already at the 3rd order of the primordial era. You are only at the 2nd order. If you fight with me, you will be in for a hard time." After saying that, Bao Yuan waved his hand. "Go, go. Seeing that it was not easy for you to reach the primordial almighty realm, I, the Star Lord, will be merciful today and kindly remind you. Don't kill anymore. Go back to where you came from and get lost immediately." These words were infuriating. How could an 8th-level Universe Supreme be so merciful to a 2nd-level primordial great being? He would not kill him today, and he would just ask him to get lost and go back to where he came from. He'd seen arrogant people before, but he'd never seen such an arrogant person. If it was any other existence, they would probably go mad from anger on the spot and would definitely go berserk. But this bloodthirsty yak had always been known for its calm temperament. After hearing Yi Xian's words, its aura didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It was still as calm as ever. But the voice of his divine sense quickly sounded after Bao Yuan's words were spoken. "Bao Yuan, it's useless. Such words can't provoke me. Don't waste your time. If you don't dare to fight, it doesn't matter. The 4 of us can just share a part of the benefits. We just need to trap you for 2 more days. By then, 2 powerful primordial supreme beings at the initial stage will naturally come and get rid of you. Anyway, those 8 pieces of trash have all fallen, and their original share has been emptied. Even if we share a part of it, it won't affect the 4 of us too much. It's not unacceptable. Hey, you don't appreciate my kindness, do you?" Without waiting for the blood-devouring star yak to finish speaking, the violent ape had already interrupted him, and it said with a disdainful expression, "Since it's like this, then bring it on. Since you're courting death, this Star Master will fulfill your wish and kill you in passing. In any case, it doesn't take much effort. Roar." This time, the bloodthirsty yak didn't respond. It raised its head and roared angrily. Then it tilted its head, shook its 4 hooves, and rushed toward Yi Xian. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. This was a 2nd-stage supreme being. It was too powerful. At this moment, it had fully activated the power in its body. It galloped through the void, and the 2 huge horns on its head were constantly flickering with faint black light. Not only were the 2 huge horns hard, but they were also incomparably sharp. At this moment, when the bloodthirsty star yak galloped over at full speed, it actually tore through the void along the way, and the rumbling of thunder resounded. It was accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk. Good. This was the primordial void. The power of the void law was extremely strong. At this moment, the void that was torn apart by the blood-devouring starry yak dashed over was mended in an instant and restored in an instant after it passed through. Its power is not bad. A primordial supreme being is indeed a primordial supreme being. In the end, it can't be compared to a supreme being of the universe. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian was dazzled, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this moment, after the previous breakthrough, although he already possessed a terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a third-stage supreme being, this strength had always been suppressed and concealed by him, and he had never used it at all. Even when he fought against 6 supreme beings by himself and successively killed 6 supreme beings in a short period of a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had only secretly used a small portion of his suppressed battle strength. But now, all of this finally didn't have to continue anymore. Facing this powerful second-stage supreme being, if Yi Xian continued to conceal his cultivation and suppress his strength, then it would simply be no different from courting death. In other words, at this moment, he was finally able to fully display his peak combat strength. This was a terrifying strength that was comparable to a third-step supreme expert. Yi Xian had never felt it before, but now, it was about to erupt in full force. Roar. His head let out a wild roar. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was agitated to the extreme. Immediately after, a divine sense voice that revealed boundless disdain instantly sounded out. Yak, in this battle, you will definitely die. Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying figure of the violent ape, which was 60 million miles long, had already turned into a stream of light in an instant, charging straight at the blood-devouring star yak that was colliding head-on. This, in an instant, Yi Xian no longer concealed his cultivation aura. With a thought, he completely released it. Previously, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only that of an 8th-stage supreme being. Of course, none of the 4 supreme beings from the primordial era who were still here now treated him as a true supreme being from the primordial era. In their opinion, this violent ape's true battle strength had already reached the level of a supreme being from the primordial era who had just entered the 1st stage. But, that's all. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder sounded, and the cultivation aura that emanated from the violent ape's body skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the 2nd stage of the primordial era, and it was much more vigorous than the blood-devouring star yak that Fang Jing had collided head-on with earlier. Then, counting the 1st stage enhancement of the majestic power of blood and qi in his physical body, the current violent ape's battle strength was comparable to that of a 3rd stage supreme being. Boom! Chapter 4585. This is, the figure of the ferocious ape turned into a ray of light and shot out. Along the way, it surged out all the cultivation strength that it had been suppressing and concealing in its body. Right. The heart of the blood-devouring star yak that was crashing over jumped, and it subconsciously wanted to stop its body. At this moment, its scalp went numb, and it instantly understood everything. It turned out that this ferocious ape had been concealing its cultivation all along. Its strength had actually reached the 2nd stage almighty. And it had the combat strength of a 3rd stage almighty. This was simply terrifying. At this moment, a huge sense of crisis descended and shrouded the entire body of the blood-devouring star yak. His rapidly moving figure instantly stopped in the void. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. The distance between the two was not far to begin with. It was only 200 million miles. Now that both of them had launched an extremely fast charge, they had almost closed in a flash. At this moment, even if the blood-devouring Styriak's body had stopped abruptly, the ferocious ape was already in front of it. Boom! 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 Ow! Along with the movement of the big-headed black stick, the void let out a low rolling thunder sound. Almost at the same instant, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on the head of the blood-devouring star yak. After all, he was a 2nd stage almighty. This blow was not able to directly kill him. However, a huge blood bump the size of a star swelled out on his head. It was a ghastly sight. His figure was also instantly sent flying while howling in pain. all of this happened too quickly. 2 billion miles away, the three powerful primordial almighties that were hibernating in the light clusters to watch the battle were completely unable to react even though they had witnessed everything with their own eyes. After a full 2 seconds, unprecedented exclamations of shock and astonishment came from the three light clusters one after another. What happened? The great yak was actually sent flying by a single stick. Second stage almighty. The aura of the ferocious ape's body has changed. It has already become a second stage almighty. If we include the first stage enhancement of the boundless vitality in his huge body, his current combat strength is comparable to a third stage almighty. Damn it, we've been tricked. This ferocious ape is too cunning. It's actually been breaking through all along and concealing its cultivation all along. We've been tricked. Stage 3 Almighty. What should he do? Yak Zun is no match for him. Hurry up and think of a solution. Should we make a move? Roar. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar came from the mouth of the fierce ape in the battlefield in the void 2 billion miles away. This Star Lord has just said that you won't be able to escape today. Rumble, whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, the huge body of the violent starry sky ape suddenly collapsed, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. As it expanded with the wind, it covered a distance of 1 billion miles in an instant. It just so happened to absorb the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was flying backwards into this sea of blood. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. They were the bodies of flesh and blood, which was the violent starry sky ape. Ether, as for the skeleton body, there was no flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was incomparably ferocious. Ether, there was a black fog body. Although it was also in the form of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, 3 blood sea clones were instantly condensed. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies were all Stage 2 primordial era almighty figures. But, because these 3 blood sea clones were all 60 million miles in size, like the largest giant star, the power of blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic. It directly caused their true battle strength to soar by 1 level. In other words, the 3 blood sea clones that were condensed in an instant all had the battle strength of a Stage 3 primordial era almighty figure. Any one of them was not weaker than the blood-devouring starry sky yak. No, blood-devouring starry sky ape, you're bullying me with numbers. Trapped in the boundless blood sea, the blood-devouring starry sky yak's original momentum of shooting out came to an abrupt stop. It was as if it had fallen into a sticky swamp, and it was unable to move half a step. 1. An extremely strong sense of life and death crisis assaulted its heart at this moment, causing the blood-devouring starry sky yak to raise its head and let out a shocking roar. Then, it transmitted a voice with its divine sense, bullying me with numbers. Haven't you done this kind of thing before? Don't forget, this starry sky master fought against 6 of your late-stage almighty figures just now. Why didn't you say such words at that time? Faced with this kind of accusation, Yi Xian was extremely disdainful. His voice with his divine sense revealed endless ridicule. Moreover, this starry sky master was trapped here by all of you this time. Could it be that it wasn't because you had more people? Now that you're at death's door, you actually said such words to this starry sky master. Yak, your realization came too late. Roar. Screech, rumble. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else. The 3 blood sea clones raised their heads and roared fiercely at the same time. Roar. At the same time, the skeleton and black fog clones waved their fists and blasted toward the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was trapped in the center. As for the ferocious ape, it also raised the big-headed black club on its shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly smashed toward the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was in the center of the blood sea in front of it. Bang! 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 3. A huge roar resounded from the void. The power of this attack was too terrifying. The fists of the skeleton clone and the black fog clone all smashed onto the blood-devouring starry sky yak's body, emitting a shocking explosion. However, the truly fatal blow was the big-headed black club that the ferocious ape wielded. 1. The club head that was as huge as a small star accurately landed on the back of the blood-devouring starry sky yak's head. Boundless and terrifying power instantly surged in, stirring up everything in its brain into a bloody mess. Tight. Following that, with a bang, the blood-devouring starry sky yak's huge body exploded in an instant. The power was too terrifying. The entire body that was over 40 million miles long completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist that rapidly spread out. Swish! When the blood mist completely spread out, the ferocious ape had already waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just as the blood mist that was about to spread out swept over in an instant, transforming into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly drilled into the ferocious ape's body. Wah! Wallala! A few at the same time, after the successful attack, the skeleton clone and the black fog clone directly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the blood sea beneath their feet. They merged into it and disappeared. Tight. Chapter 4586. In the blink of an eye, the dust of this battle had settled. A powerful second-stage mighty figure had fallen just like that. His body had exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed into the body of the raging ape. This from beginning to end, this battle had not even lasted 10 breaths. The reason why Xian could successfully kill this blood-devouring star yak was, to a certain extent, a fluke factor. Even Supreme Zhou was not easy to kill, let alone a primordial mighty figure. Although this sedan-devouring star yak's cultivation was only at the second stage of this realm, Yi Xian had summoned the Blood Sea and used the Blood Sea's secret technique to condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which had the battle prowess of a third-stage mighty figure. However, if it wasn't for the fact that all of this happened too suddenly and the already dead blood-devouring astral yak was simply caught off guard and didn't have the time to react, even if the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers of the 3rd level of the Almighty attacked at the same time, they might not have been able to kill it so easily. Now, with the fall of this blood-devouring star yak, apart from the 17 supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands, there was one more blood essence of a mighty figure. The blood essence of a mighty figure was used to refine a level 29 treasure pill. A level 29 treasure pill could allow a primordial mighty figure to smoothly break through to the supreme primordial realm from the 9th stage of the primordial realm. This was an existence that was second only to the primeval heaven's eye and the headless infant corpse. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the second most powerful existence in the universe since ancient times. 9 Therefore, according to Yi Xian's speculation, this level 29 treasure pill was very likely the limit. The level 30 treasure pill might not even exist. That is, even if it did exist, it was impossible to refine it using his current method. Of course, even if it was a level 29 treasure pill, Yi Xian had not even deduced the perfect pill formula yet. However, before that, to be able to obtain a precious treasure pill of a mighty figure was definitely a joyous thing for him. The blood essence of a mighty figure could only be refined by killing a mighty figure of the primordial era and using the majestic chi and blood formed after the body exploded. Therefore, every single almighty being's blood essence was definitely not easy to obtain. Refining a single level 29 pill would require at least 5 almighty beings' blood essences. Yet before Xianning had even deduced the perfect pill formula, he had already collected a mighty figure's blood essence. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He had never thought about it before, nor did he dare to think about it. At this moment, along with the annihilation of this bloodthirsty star-yak, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he instantly turned around to look at those 3 balls of light that were 2 billion kilometers away in space. Almost at the same time, cries of astonishment rang out from within the 3 balls of light. What? Was Yak Zun dead? How is this possible? How long has it been? In just a few short moments, before we could decide whether or not to make a move, the Yak sovereign had already fallen. It's over. There's no hope in today's battle. Bao Yuan has the Blood Sea secret technique. When he activates the power of his clones, he can form 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. Each one has the combat strength of a level 3 almighty. But now, there are only 3 of us left. Even if we attack together, it will only be a bloody battle with him. We won't have the slightest advantage over him. Originally, there was no suspense in the situation of confinement, but it was actually so quietly and unknowingly broken. 2 months, in just 2 short months, the situation has undergone such a shocking change. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Nearly 2 months ago, this Bao Yuan was in a situation of certain death. It was only a matter of time. Yet now, 12 of us powerful existences came together. Yet, one after another, 9 of us were killed by him. Now, only the 3 of us remain. Bao Yuan, on the other hand, became stronger and stronger during this process. Now, he already has the combat strength to fight the 3 of us by himself. Although he can't win, there's no worry of losing. This is... How can we endure this? I was careless, I was really careless. No matter what, we can't give up just like that. At least now, the true battle strength and foundation of the Bao Yuan have been completely exposed. There's no possibility of any accidents happening. That's right, if we don't make a move, the Bao Yuan will definitely leave. He already knows that 2 powerful early-stage supremes are about to arrive here. Coupled with the fact that he now has the strength to break out of the encirclement, it's absolutely impossible for him to continue to stay. Even if we don't mean to, the Bao Yuan will start this battle. Since that's the case, why don't we take the initiative and gain an advantage in terms of momentum? If that's the case, then let's fight. Let's join hands and try to take down this monstrous Bao Yuan. Roar. Screech. Rumble. As the voices of these divine senses came, the 3 balls of light in the void of the universe 2 billion miles away moved together in an instant, rushing towards the central area where the Shenong cauldron stood. Void in the sky, the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. Along with their arrival, the balls of light that enveloped the 3 primordial almighty figures completely dispersed and were absorbed into their bodies. It was also at this instant that 3 extremely enormous space ferocious beasts appeared in Yi Xian's field of vision. The 3 ferocious beasts were all the same as the blood-devouring staryak from before. They were enormous in size, and compared to the Bao Yuan, they were merely 1 or 2 times smaller. This, amongst them, the most formidable was actually a purple-armored sky beetle. It was also a type of space bug, and its entire body was violet and lustrous as if it was covered in a layer of enormous violet armor. Its cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the 5th level of the primordial almighty figure, and it was only 1 level away from attaining the peak of the intermediate almighty figure stage. The second was a 3-headed blood dog, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the 4th level of the primordial almighty figure stage. It could be considered to have just entered the intermediate almighty stage. The last was a 9-eyed black cat, and its eyes flickered with wisps of dark light, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. This 9-eyed black cat was very likely to possess some kind of eye technique, because this pair of eyes was really too strange, and it was impossible for it not to have any special ability. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was the weakest, and it was only at the first level of the primordial almighty figure stage. Rumble, rumble, amidst the earth-shattering rumbling of thunder, these three powerful primordial almighty figures came from the void 2 billion miles away at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they had already traversed nearly half of the 1 billion miles and were directly approaching the Bao Yuan, who was standing on the side of the Shinong cauldron. The final moment of the battle has finally arrived. Seeing this scene, the Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and it raised its head and roared, "Since that's the case, then let's fight." Roar. Whoosh. Chapter 4587. The battle was about to begin, and the time for the final battle had arrived. Whoosh. With Yi Xian's thought, a small bloody light, like a firefly, shot out from the forehead of the violent ape. It was extremely fast, and it expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a boundless blood sea with a radius of 1 billion miles in front of the universe void. Roar. Roar. Screech. In an instant, from two different directions of this vast sea of blood, an earth-shattering roar and a ruthless howl rang out. Immediately after, in the shocking boundless sea of blood, two huge figures instantly rose from the ground. While, at this time, the violent ape with the Shinong cauldron on its head also rushed into this blood sea. Ching, in the blink of an eye, three colossal figures that were 60 million kilometers in size suddenly gathered in the sea of blood. Positive they were the three demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. Blood, the flesh body, was the starry sky violent ape. The Shinong cauldron on its head was spinning, pouring out a 9-colored mist, which turned into a curtain, protecting the body of the violent ape. This was the strongest defensive means in Yi Xian's hands. It was enough to protect the body of the violent ape, who was already comparable to a rank 3 supreme being, when fighting a rank 5 supreme being head-on, to ensure that it would not be injured by the opponent's powerful strength. That's right, the physical body of the violent ape chose the purple-armored heavenly beetle of the three ancient supreme beings, the most powerful one, who had the terrifying strength of a rank 5 supreme being. Roar. With a roar, the violent ape with the Shinong cauldron on its head and the Shinong pestle in its hand strode in the blood sea, rushing toward the purple-armored heavenly beetle. The second one was the skeleton of the three demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. There was no flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless ferocious aura, which was extremely ferocious. Whoosh! A weak sound broke through the air, and a light shot out from between the eyebrows of the skeleton. It was 9-colored, and it expanded with the wind, turning into a 9-colored flame sea in an instant. The 9-colored flame sea was elongated like a river of flames, but it was extremely agile. It coiled around the skeleton's body 3 times like a giant python. The battle strength of the skeleton was also only comparable to a rank 3 supreme being, while its opponent was the 3-headed blood dog, whose cultivation strength had reached rank 4 supreme being. But with this ribbon-like 9-colored flame sea, the 3-headed blood dog, who did not dare to touch the 9-colored flame, and would be restrained. The final result of this battle, it was really hard to predict. Screech! As the dazzling ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames wrapped around its body, the skeleton raised its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Without any hesitation, it immediately charged towards the 3-headed blood dog in the other direction. Blink. 2. Positive. Black. Although the fog body was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple lights, making it look extremely strange. Black. The black fog body's cultivation aura was also that of a rank 2 supreme being, but its battle strength was the same, which was comparable to a rank 3 supreme being. 3. Each of the blood sea clones was 60 million miles long, which made them look like the largest planet in the world. The blood chi in such a terrifying body was so immense that it directly increased their actual fighting strength by 1 level. Black. The opponent of the black fog body was the nine-eyed black cat of the three primordial supreme beings. The nine-eyed black cat's eyes flickered with wisps of dark light, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. It was very likely that it had some kind of eye technique, because this pair of eyes was too strange, and it was impossible that it did not have any special ability. As for the cultivation aura emitted from its body, it was the weakest, which was only at the rank 1 supreme being of the primordial supreme beings. The black fog body, which had the battle strength of a rank 3 supreme being, combined with this vast blood sea to fight the nine-eyed black cat, who was only at the rank 1 supreme being of the primordial supreme being level. There was no suspense about the result of this battle. It was very likely that it would end very soon. This way, the black fog body would be able to immediately help the black fog body, and the two powerful primordial supreme beings of the primordial supreme being level would be able to fight the three-headed blood dog alone. There was at least a 50% chance that they could kill the other party. If that was really the case, after the second battle ended, the black fog body and the skeleton body would leave and head to the void in another direction to help the violent ape body that was fighting the purple-armored longhorn bull. If that was the case, the black fog body and the skeleton body would leave and head to the void in another direction to help the violent ape body that was fighting the purple-armored longhorn bull. This way, with the battle strength of 3 rank 3 supreme beings, fighting the primordial supreme being of the primordial supreme being alone, they could at least guarantee that they would not lose. Although the possibility of killing it was still not high, only about 30 to 40%, but even if they could not kill it in the end, this battle was definitely worth it. Because killing the nine-eyed black cat and three-headed blood dog had already increased the number of precious blood essences in Yi Xian's hands by 2 more, Yi Xian had already calculated everything before he decided to carry out this final battle. In his opinion, the success rate of obtaining 2 more blood essences in this battle was about 50%, and the success rate of obtaining only 1 blood essence was between 60 to 70%. No matter how big the risk was, it was worth it for him to take the risk and stay and fight again. Walala, at this moment, as the black fog body and the primordial supreme being left, the black fog body, which stood alone in the vast blood sea, raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Then, before the roar fell, the black fog body, which was 60 million miles long, turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated, merging into the vast blood sea beneath his feet. Then, the vast blood sea, which was 1 billion miles wide, began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In merely half a breath's time, it had shrunk to the size of a finger. Suddenly, with a speed that surpassed that of lightning, it cut through the void and shot towards the nine-eyed black cat that was rumbling towards them from the other direction. 9. The nine-eyed black cat's original body was the same as the other 2 powerful primordial supreme beings, which was also more than 40 million miles long. At this moment, it was roaring in the void in front of it and pouncing over. But the boundless sea of blood that was originally a huge target, spanning 1 billion kilometers, suddenly shrank, turning into a droplet of blood-red light that was only the size of a thumb. It shot towards him at an astonishing speed. This kind of small size, this kind of terrifying speed, and the fact that it was attacking the nine-eyed black cat, which was 40 million miles long, and its cultivation was originally above the nine-eyed black cat's. With all of these factors added together, if the nine-eyed black cat was hit, no matter how strong and tough his body was, he would probably be instantly pierced through. Meow! At this moment, the nine-eyed black cat let out a long roar, and 2 pillars of light shot out from its deep eyes. Chapter 4588. Xiao xiao, a weak but extremely sharp sound rang out. In the void of the universe, 2 black pillars of light shot out from the front. Halfway through, they intertwined and gathered together, finally turning into a black ray of light that was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. It shot towards the tiny blood bead at an extremely fast speed, enveloping it. The 2 black pillars of light that instantly intertwined together were shot out from the eyes of the roaring nine-eyed black cat. These were 2 energy pillars of eye technique, which were also known as the pupil pillars. The nine-eyed black cat was an extremely rare space beast, and was considered a rare space mutant. It was said that cats had 9 lives, and this nine-eyed black cat had refined the 9 lives divine ability in its bloodline into its eyes, turning into a pair of black nine-eyed cat's eyes. This pair of cat's eyes were extremely deep, and there were a total of 9 layers of pupils. These 9 layers of pupils had evolved into the nine-eyed black cat's bloodline divine ability, which had the powerful ability to see through illusions, and even had the effect of physical attacks. Therefore, the black pupil pillars that shot out from the nine-eyed black cat's eyes could see through all concealment's secret techniques and divine abilities. If necessary, the nine-eyed black cat could even use it to directly pierce through a star. It was extremely easy, even compared to the antimatter energy pillars of the 3 main dimensions of the universe. It was much, much stronger. This kind of eye technique that could see through illusions and also had the effect and power of a physical attack was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the nine-eyed black cat's cultivation had reached the primordial realm, when the two were combined, when he used this eye technique, its power and destructive power would obviously be extremely terrifying. Right now, the nine-eyed black cat had used its most powerful bloodline divine ability as soon as it came up. This was partly because it was not very confident in this battle. After all, it was only a first-stage primordial great power, but the black fog body's cultivation base had already reached the second-stage primordial great power, and its real battle strength was comparable to a third-stage primordial great power. If he didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand, once he fell into a passive situation and was suppressed, it would be difficult for him to find a chance to make a comeback. On the other hand, it was because the body of black fog controlled the entire vast sea of blood to merge with itself, turning into a drop of blood that was only the size of a thumb. All of its power was used to increase its speed. It was extremely fast, and it was shocking. It was shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed. This kind of extreme speed caused the nine-eyed black cat to feel fear and a sense of helplessness. He was worried that this tiny and insignificant blood droplet would pierce through his body. Therefore, he used this bloodline ability that he relied on as his trump card. At this moment, as the 2 rays of light intertwined and gathered together, the black pupil pillar, which was already hundreds of thousands of feet in diameter, completely enveloped the tiny blood droplets that were shooting over from afar. The nine-eyed black cat's heart, which had been in its throat all this time, finally fell back to its chest. He was completely relieved because he had a strong confidence in the powerful eye technique that he viewed as a trump card. In the eyes of the nine-eyed black cat, even if his cultivation was not as strong as the body of black fog, this black pupil light pillar might not be able to directly wipe out the tiny blood droplet that was already enveloped. It would definitely be able to break through the surging momentum of the blood droplet, and make the vast sea of blood, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb, reappear. This, at least, eliminated the danger that he was facing before, which was very likely to be pierced through by this tiny blood droplet. His guess was not wrong. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the result. After all, eye techniques were originally one of the most mysterious divine abilities in the galaxy, and the nine-eyed black cat's eye technique was cultivated from its own 9 lives bloodline. Even among all the various eye techniques, it was definitely one of the more powerful ones. However, this was not the case. Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered this time was not someone else, but Yi Xian. Pupil technique, Yi Xian also had it. Back in the void of the ancient cage, Yi Xian had already refined a vertical eye between his eyebrows, called the demon soul pupil. Here not only did eye techniques have the ability to see through illusions, but they also had the effect and power of physical attacks. Other than that, they could even be traced back to the source, and see the origin and essence of things through appearance. If the nine-eyed black cat's eye technique divine ability was considered a top-notch eye technique among the thousands of races in the starry sky, then Yi Xian's demon soul pupil was definitely the most top-notch eye technique divine ability. Here also meant that the nine-eyed black cat, today, was destined to die here. Whoosh! Crack, crack, crack. Here at this moment, as the black pupil light pillar of the nine-eyed black cat that was hundreds of thousands of feet in size enveloped the tiny blood bead that was shooting over, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from within this black pupil light pillar. Then, the black light beam that was hundreds of thousands of meters long shattered like a huge piece of black glass, turning into countless black energy spots. After they collapsed in the void, they quietly disappeared. Dang! At the same time that the tiny blood droplet formed by the sea of blood was enveloped by the black pupil light pillar, the black fog body also activated the eye technique divine ability of the demon soul pupil in its body. They were both eye techniques and divine abilities, but the demonic soul pupil was stronger. Just a weak ray of light shot out, like a small but incomparably hard steel needle, piercing into a fragile but huge piece of glass. In an instant, it broke and destroyed the nine-eyed black cat's light pillar of light. Divine ability. The most direct consequence of breaking through was the backlash that came with it. Almost at the same time that this gigantic pupil light pillar shattered like glass, in the cosmic void in front of them, an incomparably shrill and miserable cry was instantly heard. Screech. Meow meow meow. In the distance, the nine-eyed black cat, whose body was more than 40 million miles long, had already exploded its huge eyes. Black blood flowed out, hanging on its face, and tears were still flowing. It looked ferocious and terrifying, making one's hair stand on end. The eye technique divine ability was broken, and the nine-eyed black cat suffered a backlash. The eye technique divine ability that it had painstakingly cultivated completely dissipated, and even its eyes were blinded. At this moment its body was struggling to jump around in the void, its mouth meowing wildly, already revealing the extreme fear and uneasiness in its heart. In fact, as a powerful ancient expert, even if it lost its eyes, it was not a big deal. Once the divine consciousness spread out, it could see more clearly than the naked eye. However, to the nine-eyed black cat, this pair of eyes was far too important to him. They represented the eye technique divine ability that he regarded as his trump card and relied on. Now that his eyes were blinded, he was extremely terrified. He even extended his divine sense to replace his eyes to investigate everything. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Black the fog body naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Whoosh! Chapter 4589. Swish, screech. An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out, followed closely by an even more mournful and miserable howl. This drop of blood was so small that it was only the size of a human's fingertip. It was formed by the black fog body of Yi Xian's three great demon ape bodies after merging with the entire vast sea of blood and shrinking it to an extreme extent. It was extremely powerful and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, it shot over, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed a distance of 700 to 800 million miles and directly pierced through the nine-eyed black cat's body. Unfortunately, the blood bead was originally aimed at the nine-eyed black cat's glabella. If it pierced through, it would instantly destroy its soul, causing its sea of consciousness to collapse and it would die. However, because the nine-eyed black cat was still in a state of panic and fear after losing its eye technique ability, its huge body was jumping around randomly. Therefore, it directly caused the blood droplet to land on a different spot. In the end, it was not able to directly pierce through the nine-eyed black cat's sea of consciousness and cause its soul to be destroyed. However, this did not matter. The black fog body did not put this nine-eyed black cat in its eyes at all. If one attack did not kill it, at most, it would just attack again. Swish, wallala. Break. After the sound of the air, the sound of splashing water spread out in all directions. The tiny blood bead that had just pierced through the nine-eyed black cat's body expanded in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, it expanded into a boundless sea of blood that spanned 1 billion miles. In the next moment, a cloud of black fog rose from the sea of blood and quickly condensed into a huge body that was 60 million miles long. It was the black fog body of Yi Xian's three great demon apes. Screech. This time, it revealed its true form. The black fog body raised its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Immediately after, the entire vast sea of blood under its feet quickly enveloped it. In less than half a breath, it completely covered the nine-eyed black cat that was jumping around randomly in the void. In the next moment, the nine-eyed black cat's body that was jumping around randomly suddenly became sluggish, as if it had fallen into some kind of sticky swamp. Naturally, the black fog body would not let go of such an opportunity. Raise one's head before the furious voice of the head had even faded away, the black fog body had already strode forward. The entire black fog body that was 60 million miles in size rapidly solidified, transforming from its previous state of drifting fog into a state of solid black steel. Bang! A loud roar rang out from the void. Following the arrival of the black fog, a punch was ruthlessly thrown towards the nine-eyed black cat's head. The latter's huge body instantly exploded. Under the terrifying power of this all-out attack, the body of the black fog exploded into a cloud of black blood mist and spread out. This kind of result was expected from the start. The nine-eyed black cat's cultivation was only at the first stage of the primordial era, while the black fog body of the Yi Xian demon ape was comparable to the third stage of the primordial era. Chung two small steps up. Coupled with the fact that the nine-eyed black cat's divine ability had been destroyed and both its eyes were blinded, its entire body was still immersed in an intense sense of fear. Under such circumstances, he was completely defenseless. As such, he was naturally defeated in one strike. Swoosh! Being caught off guard and killing the enemy in one strike was simply an instant kill. Such a result made the black fog body relax, and a look of joy appeared on its ferocious and mysterious face. Without any hesitation, the black fog body immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The black blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a green waterfall of chi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly drilled into its body. It would wait until the end of the battle before it began, the blood essence condensation. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, of the 4 powerful primordial era experts that had come this time, Yi Xian had killed another one. At this time, with the death of the nine-eyed black cat, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of its body was completely absorbed by the black fog body. This also meant that Yi Xian now had one more blood essence, bringing the total number to 2. Only just this harvest alone was enough to justify his decision to stay and fight the final battle. The blood essence of a powerful being was worth everything. But this was obviously not the end of it. At this time, although Yi Xian didn't have any more intentions, he had long since regarded the three-headed blood dog as something that was already in his bag. He had to kill it. Wallala! Pow! The sound of water splashing could be heard, and the entire majestic sea of blood that was hundreds of millions of miles away suddenly surged violently. In less than half a breath, it turned into a long and narrow blood-colored ribbon like the 9-colored flame ribbon that was hovering around the skeleton. They surged and revolved in space in an extremely agile manner, and in the end, they coiled around the massive body of the black mist 3 times, one on top of the other 3 times. Screech! It was over. After doing all this, the black fog body raised its head and let out a fierce howl. Its huge body, which was larger than a giant star, immediately took large strides in the void and rushed toward the battlefield on the right. The fierce battle in this direction was between the skeleton body and the 3-headed blood dog of Yi Xian demon ape's 3 bodies. The 3-headed blood dog's cultivation strength was at the 4th level of the Desolation era, while the skeleton body's real battle strength was only at the 3rd level of the Desolation era. But, if the 9-colored flame sea had not transformed into a long and narrow ribbon that wrapped around the skeleton's body, and was like a spirit snake during the battle, occasionally flashing left and right to launch attacks, causing the 3-headed bloodhound to be incomparably fearful and often hurriedly withdraw its attacks to avoid it. This This. The battle had lasted until now, and it was impossible for it to be the same as before, where they were only evenly matched. That's right. Even with the help of the 9-colored flames sea that turned into a nimble, boa-like ribbon, the skeleton clone was only able to tie with the three-headed hound in the battle. The higher the level of one's strength, the more the difference of one's battle strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Currently, Yi Xian already possessed the battle prowess of a supreme being from the primordial era. In this great realm, the difference of a small stage represented an unprecedented distance. However, this situation was obviously about to change. Because, the body of Black Fog had already finished off the nine-eyed black cat at lightning speed. In this way, with the addition of the Black Fog body and the majestic sea of blood, 2 of the 3 bodies of the demon ape were fighting the 3-headed black dog, and the balance of the battle would be broken in a very short time. Screech, in the fierce howl of the sky, the Black Fog body that was rushing over with large strides finally came close. No. Chapter 4590. In the void, 2 huge figures were engaged in a fierce battle. 1. The first one was 60 million miles long, and its whole body was covered in bones. It was extremely ferocious, and there was a ribbon of 9-colored flames around its body. It was extremely agile, and it pierced out from time to time, forcing its opponent to dodge hurriedly. This was the skeleton of one of Yi Xian's 3 great bodies of the devil ape. The other one was only 40 million miles long, and its whole body was blood red, but it had 3 heads, and each of them spat out lightning and fire. It was the 3-headed bloodhound, who had the terrifying cultivation of a rank 4 mighty figure. In a battle of this level, it was rare to use magic treasures and other auxiliary items. Instead, they used their own bloodline magical powers or bloodline secret techniques to defend against the enemy. Apart. If it was not a remote antiquity supreme treasure like the Shinon cauldron or the Shinon medicinal pestle, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying collision force of the battle at this level and would be destroyed. Therefore, the skeleton and the 3-headed bloodhound merely waved their fists and fought instinctively. Sometimes, they spat out thunderbolts and flames and controlled the ribbons formed by the 9-colored sea of flames to suddenly attack like a spirit snake. The battle had been going on for so long, and they were still evenly matched. Of course, not much time had passed since the battle began, and it was still in the stage where the battle had just begun. Roar! Suddenly, the skeleton raised its head and let out a roar. The 9-colored ribbon around its body suddenly waved rapidly, and at the same time, its figure was rapidly approaching the 3-headed bloodhound. The latter was obviously extremely fearful of the 9-colored ribbons that wrapped around the body of the skeleton. The ribbon looked beautiful, but in fact, its power was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the 9-colored flames of Shinon. Not to mention the remote antiquity supreme figure, even the supreme figure of the ancients could only temporarily avoid it and did not dare to touch it. If it were not for the fact that the 3-headed bloodhound's cultivation was higher than the skeleton's in terms of speed and reaction, the skeleton would have been able to trap it, suppress it, and kill it with just the ribbon formed by the 9-colored sea of flames. Here when the 3-headed bloodhound saw the skeleton charging over and the 9-colored ribbons that wrapped around it suddenly began to dance violently, a cold light flashed in its eyes. Fear appeared on its 3 ferocious heads. Crack! Hoo! Boom! Almost at the same time, the 3 ferocious dog heads opened their bloody mouths, and 3 different energy attacks rushed out from the 3 bloody mouths. This was the bloodline talent of the 3-headed bloodhound. He was born with the ability to spit out lightning and fire. Here at this moment, the central dog head spewed out a boundless sea of black flames. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it moved towards the skeleton. However, this was obviously useless. The skeleton had the 9-colored ribbons of the Shinon 9-colored flame around it. How could it be afraid of this black flame? What he did was obviously just to slow down the momentum of the skeleton avatar. while the bloody mouths of the two dog heads on the left and right respectively spat out a large amount of thunder and lightning, one from the left and one from the right. They surrounded the skeleton avatar and blasted it. These two seas of thunder and lightning couldn't seriously injure the skeleton avatar, but they could more or less severely injure it. Therefore, with a flash of purple light in its eyes, the skeleton avatar stopped in an instant. The 9-color flame sea that wrapped around its body scattered in an instant, turning into a 9-color flame sea. Block. In front of it, while blocking the roaring sea of black flames and the sea of thunder and lightning that rushed towards it from the left and right, it also spread out in an instant, spreading out in a reverse direction, spreading out around the three-headed bloodhound. It was obvious that they were trying to surround the three-headed blood dog. If the 9-colored flame sea was allowed to spread out and seal off the surroundings, the three-headed blood dog would be in a predicament even if its cultivation was stronger than the skeleton's body. It would not be able to get close to the flame sea for the time being and be refined by it. Such a result was definitely not what the three-headed bloodhound wanted to see and accept. With a flash of coldness in its eyes, the three-headed bloodhound's figure retreated rapidly, wanting to retreat further into the void to avoid the 9-colored sea of flames that was spreading out in front of it from all directions. Screech, roar. At this time, the blood fog avatar rushed over with big steps. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Its right fist, which had already materialized, was as hard as steel, instantly blasted out. His figure happened to be behind the three-headed bloodhound. The blood fog avatar's attention was all on the skeleton avatar in front of it and the 9-colored sea of flames that was spreading out to surround it. It did not notice the movement behind it at all. By the time the three-headed bloodhound reacted, everything was too late. Bang! A whoo! An earth-shattering sound came. The punch of the black fog avatar directly hit the back of the three-headed bloodhound's head in the middle of the dog head, blasting a huge blood bag there. Although the dog head did not explode, it fainted on the spot. Although the other two dog heads were awake, the dog head in the middle was after all the main head. Therefore, for a moment, the three-headed bloodhound could not react at all. Its entire huge body tumbled forward. The 9-colored sea of flames was in front of it from all directions. It originally wanted to retreat further, but it was unexpectedly attacked and fell forward instead. Whoosh! The sea spread out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had surrounded the three-headed bloodhound from all directions and turned into a huge ball of flames. The three-headed bloodhound was right in the middle of this ball. It was trapped in an instant. Buzz! Look! Seeing this scene, the skeleton avatar immediately stopped moving. Almost at the same time, a weak low buzzing sound was heard. Following that, the skeleton avatar raised its left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. Its shape was quite ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster with its wide-open mouth facing up and down. On the top and bottom of the bow, there were 2 humanoid creatures with bowed bodies. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. The bowstring was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends were connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was Yi Xian's most powerful magical power, the Heaven-Sundering Bow. In order to buy time and kill the 3-headed bloodhound with 1 arrow as soon as possible, he did not care much and decided to use the Heaven-Sundering Bow, the most powerful magical power that would somewhat affect him. Soon, the eyes of the skeleton avatar burst out with a strange golden glow. It stretched out its right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in its left hand, and slowly pulled the string. Wang. Chapter 4591. Whoosh! At this moment, the skeleton released its right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the air, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. The energy arrow, which had already been filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. The aura was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. When this arrow was shot out, it seemed that even the void was instantly broken. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed and instantly arrived in front of the three-headed bloodhound, fallen skybow. This is impossible. No. In the next moment, the dizziness of the middle head of the three-headed bloodhound disappeared. When it opened its eyes and saw the golden arrow in front of it, it was instantly shocked. It roared fiercely, and its eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. However, it could not change anything. Bang, everything that happened next was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow sank into the middle head of the three-headed bloodhound, the 4-million-mile-long body of the three-headed bloodhound instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a brilliant blood mist and spreading out. Whoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air immediately rang out. At this moment, the black fog body that was rushing over also waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It would be sent into the Shinon cauldron after the battle to start the blood essence condensation. In the blink of an eye, of the 4 powerful ancient powerhouses that had come this time, Yi Xian had killed one of them. At this time, with the fall of the three-headed bloodhound, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the body was completely absorbed by the black fog body. This also meant that Yi Xian now had 1 more blood essence in his hands, bringing the total number to 3. He had obtained another blood essence of a powerful being. His goal had been achieved. However, this was still not the end. Yi Xian still wanted to fight one last battle. Whoosh! Break! The sound of the air rang out, and the 9-colored sea of flames that had spread out rapidly shrank into a 9-colored ribbon again. It was like an extremely agile starry sky-colored python, instantly wrapping around the skeleton body. Roar! Screech! The next moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger raised their heads and let out a furious roar and a vicious howl respectively. Then, with the flame sea ribbons and the blood sea ribbons entwining around them, they strode forward at an extremely fast speed and charged toward the left. There, the physical body of the devil ape, the violent star ape, was engaged in a heaven-shaking battle with the rank 5 heavenly beetle. Boom! Rumble! More than 1 billion miles ahead, in the cosmic void, a series of earth-shattering explosions could be heard. One of the devil ape's 3 main bodies, the violent star ape, was currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the rank 5 Grand Master, the purple-armored sky beetle. The purple-armored longhorn beetle was a very rare species of space bug. Its entire body was purple like the purest amethyst, and its body was close to 50 million miles long. Relatively, even though the ape was 60 million miles long, it was only slightly thinner than before. This kind of space bug had a pair of antennae on its head. It should have some kind of mysterious bloodline power. In addition, there was a tube-shaped mouthpiece in the middle of its head. The tube-shaped mouthpiece was the purple-armored sky beetle's most common and most powerful attack method. As a rank 5 almighty, the purple-armored sky beetle's physical body was extremely powerful. Even in the void of the primordial world, he could definitely tear it apart with brute force with his tentacles. However, at this moment, the purple-armored sky beetle didn't use this kind of close combat method. Instead, it was roaming the cosmic void about 200 million miles away from the violent star ape. From time to time, a purple energy beam would shoot out from the huge mouthpiece in the middle of its huge head, blasting towards the violent star ape. The purple-armored sky beetle's body was 40 million miles long. Even just its mouthpiece was extremely shocking. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The purple energy beam that it shot out had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of feet. Even the cannons of the giant star fortress weren't as terrifying. Dong! However, it wasn't just the diameter. There was no comparison at all in terms of energy level. The purple-armored sky beetle was a rank 5 almighty, so it was easy to imagine how terrifying the purple energy beam that it spat out from its mouth was. However, at this moment, Bao Yuan's entire body was enveloped by the dense purple light screen of the Shinong cauldron hanging above his head. This layer of overflowing purple light screen seemed thin like a layer of fog, but in fact, it represented all of the power of the Shinong cauldron's domain. Although the purple-armored sky beetle was a rank 5 Grand Master, the energy beam that shot out from its mouthpiece couldn't blast open the mist light screen that protected the violent star ape. It couldn't break through the defense at all. The battle had been going on for a while now. After all, in the other two battlefields, the body of black fog and the body of bones had killed the other two powerful figures of the primordial era. But, even so, the purple-armored sky beetle still couldn't do any damage to the violent star ape. He had been roaming around the violent star ape, shooting out energy beams from time to time to test the violent star ape, but in fact, he was looking for a chance to severely injure the violent star ape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air, and a black light rushed out of the mist that shrouded the violent star ape and disappeared in the void. At this moment, the purple-armored sky beetle was alarmed, and his heart was in his throat. This black light was clearly the ferocious big-headed black stick in the violent star ape's hand. Because the purple-armored sky beetle kept a distance of 200 million miles from the violent star ape, the violent star ape couldn't use this big-headed black stick to hit him at all. And now, the big-headed black stick turned into a light that rushed out of the nine-colored mist and then disappeared. This was clearly a sign that its space power was activated. This kind of attack was the most troublesome, and it was impossible to guard against it. The purple-armored sky beetle was nervous to the extreme, and he was ready to dodge if the situation was not right. However, in view of the violent ape's previous actions, the purple-armored sky beetle's attention was almost entirely focused on the direction behind him. This was because every time before, the big-headed black stick that activated the spatial power would launch his sneak attack like this. Bang, bang. Gotcha! However, the situation this time was out of his expectation. The big-headed black stick appeared directly in front of him, and it was only 100 miles away. When the purple-armored sky beetle came back to his senses, it was already too late. The big-headed black stick smashed down and broke the two purple antennae on the top of his head. Even the tubular mouthpart in the middle of his head was smashed into a flower, a woo. Chapter 4592. It was just one attack, but the purple-armored heaven beetle had suffered a great loss. This attack seemed casual, but in reality, it was the result of observing for a long time and waiting for an opportunity to act. Since the beginning of the battle, Bao Yuan had never used this big-headed black stick. On one hand, it was because the purple-armored heaven beetle had deliberately kept a distance of 200 million miles. From afar, it would blast an energy beam to test Bao Yuan's results. On the other hand, it was Yi Xian's intention. While the purple-armored sky beetle was using this method to increase the distance between them, shooting out energy beams from time to time to test and observe the nine-colored fog surrounding the Bao Yuan, wasn't the Bao Yuan doing the same as well? During this process, Yi Xian keenly discovered that the purple-armored heavenly beetle had been intentionally or unintentionally protecting the two antennae above his head. Every time it moved, it would deliberately turn the two antennae to a safer position. Then again. Plus, the space insect race usually had all kinds of unique bloodline divine abilities related to their biological frequency. They were either used for communication, escape, or attack. And since all of this was related to the biological frequency of the Space Zerg clan, then the antennae on its head were naturally the key to it. The space insect race Yi Xian had encountered in the past were basically all like this. In other words, the antennae on the head or other parts of the body were almost the space insect race's Achilles heel. Although they were not like the 7 inches of a snake, once they were grasped, they could be subdued. But as long as the antennae of the space insect race were destroyed, they could not use the unique bloodline talents they activated through the biological frequency in their body, or be greatly affected. From the beginning of the battle until now, this purple-armored heaven beetle knew that the purple energy beam from the central tubular mouthpart under his head could not break the 9-colored fog light curtain around Bao Yuan at all. But it continued to do so, blasting out a beam from time to time. This did this, on one hand, to observe and find the weakness of the 9-colored purple fog light curtain, but in Yi Xian's view, the main purpose was to confuse. If there were too many of them, Yi Xian would naturally get used to it and think that this was his main method of attack. During the great battle, most of his attention would be on guarding against the purple energy beam that shot out from this tubular mouthpiece. Once this inertia was formed, it would be the best time for the purple-armored sky beetle to make a move. Maybe he would suddenly activate the biological frequency in his body while Yi Xian was unprepared, and activate some unique bloodline latent ability through the 2 long and thin antennae on his head. He was a space bug in the desolate antiquity realm. Who the hell knew what his bloodline talent was? This was a secret technique that was driven by the biological wave frequency of the space bug clan. It was invisible and intangible. If it could penetrate through the 9-colored fog light curtain of the Shinong cauldron and directly affect the real body of the raging ape hiding behind the light curtain, that would be bad. Positive because of this, since the beginning of the battle, Yi Xian had been thinking about how to destroy the 2 antennae on the head of the purple-armored sky beetle. Although the 2 long and thin antennae on the head of a powerful 5th-level space bug could grow out again if they were destroyed, it would take time. However, that would require some time. At the very least, in this current battle, these 2 antennae and some or even some unique insectoid bloodline talents and secret techniques that were related to them could not be counted on. It was as if they had been crippled. This was so important that it was on a strategic level. Yi Xian naturally attached great importance to it and had been waiting patiently. When the time came, he suddenly made a move. He shot out the big-headed black stick and successfully destroyed the 2 long and thin antennae on the head of the purple-armored sky beetle. At the same time, he also blasted the tubular mouthpiece below the head into a flower. Although it could still be recovered, it was obviously destroyed for now. Although all of this was just Yi Xian's speculation, in fact, this calculation was extremely exquisite. It could be said to be a stroke of genius. At this moment, as the pair of long and thin antennae on the head was blasted off, the heart of the purple-armored sky beetle sank to the bottom of the valley. His greatest trump card was indeed related to his unique space bug clan biological frequency. But since it was a biological frequency, it was like the space radar on a battleship. It needed external equipment like an antenna to display its power. Now that the 2 long and thin antennae on the head were destroyed, it was like a space radar without external equipment like an antenna. His space bug clan biological frequency had no power at all. There was a golden mountain in the air, but it could not be used at all. This feeling made the purple-armored sky beetle extremely sullen and angry. A few minutes later, subconsciously, after the miserable howl due to the intense pain ended, the purple-armored sky beetle under the violent ape immediately activated all the power in his body, turning it into a majestic and almost terrifying energy that surged toward the tubular mouthpiece below the head. This was his strongest attack, far stronger than the purple energy light pillars that were blasted out from time to time to test and confuse the violent ape. The purple-armored sky beetle even had an illusion that under this full-strength attack in a state of anger, the scorching purple energy light pillar that shot out from the tubular mouthpiece below the head might even be able to break the layer of 9-colored fog light curtain that enveloped the violent ape in one fell swoop. Boom! An earth-shaking roar sounded, and the mouth area below the purple-armored sky beetle's head suddenly shone with a purple light. The intensity of the light was almost 10 times stronger than the previous purple energy light pillars that were blasted out. This time, he was indeed using all his strength in a rage. It was indeed the strongest attack since the battle with the violent ape. Unfortunately, he was tragically defeated. Because all of his attention was focused on the two slender antennae that were broken off on the top of his head, the purple armored sky beetle was so agitated that he forgot about his tubular mouthpiece. In fact, it had been damaged by the violent ape's rod earlier and had long turned into a morning glory. And, moreover, this deformed horn-shaped mouthpiece had some cracked forks that were bent back at an angle of more than 90 degrees. It was aimed straight at the huge body behind his head. As a result, as this energy light pillar was blasted out, the purple light below the purple armored sky beetle's head shone brightly. What should have been a single energy light pillar was divided into countless large and small beams. Some were blasted forward, above, and below, but more of them surged along the curved horn-shaped mouthpiece and blasted toward his own body. Oh whoa! The purple armored sky beetle let out an even more miserable howl before, and his entire body was about to collapse. On the front half of his body, there were countless holes of various sizes. Some of them even pierced through his huge body that was 40 million miles long. Although it was not serious injuries, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. It was between light injuries and serious injuries. More importantly, his mind was severely injured. This. Chapter 4593. Roar. Screech, in the distance, earth-shattering roars and howls could be heard. Two incomparably huge figures that were at least 60 million miles in size, one on the left and one on the right, took large strides side by side as they rushed over in the void. One of them was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was incomparably ferocious. Following that, as it strode over, a ray of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It was nine-colored and expanded with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a nine-colored sea of flames. It was long in the shape of a river of flames, but it was extremely agile. It was like a giant python that coiled around the skeleton's body 3 times. The second one was a ghost-like black fog body. Under its feet was a majestic sea of blood that was hundreds of millions of miles away. But at this moment, the sea of blood suddenly surged violently. In less than half a breath, it turned into a long and narrow blood-colored ribbon that was coiling around the skeleton's body. They surged and revolved in space in an extremely agile manner, and in the end, they also wound themselves around the massive body of the black mist 3 times, one on top of the other 3 times. These two huge figures were the skeleton body and the black fog body of Yi Xian demon ape. Just now, they had just killed the 9-eyed black cat and the 3-headed bloodhound. Now, they came together and were going to try to kill the level 5 mighty purple armored sky beetle with the violent ape. Of course, it was just an attempt. If there was no chance, Yi Xian would escape. Anyway, this purple armored sky beetle could not hold him back at all. At this time, the purple armored sky beetle had just accidentally injured him and was furious. Cold when he suddenly heard the shocking roars and howls from the skeleton body and the black fog body in the distance, he was stunned. Before, he did not pay attention to the situation of the other 2 battlefields at all. On one hand, it was because this battle had just begun. He did not expect that the 9-eyed black cat and the 3-headed bloodhound would be defeated in such a short time. On one hand, it was because the distance was too far. Moreover, his entire mind was already placed on probing and observing the violent starry sky ape, and he utterly didn't have the time to pay attention to the situation of the other 2 battlefields that were over 1 billion kilometers away. At this time, as the skeleton body and the black fog body came together at the same time, the purple armored sky beetle immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw only the skeleton body and the black fog body in the void in the distance. The 9-eyed black cat and 3-headed bloodhound were no longer there. The violet armored sky beetle instantly understood everything, and an unprecedented feeling of astonishment suddenly arose in its heart, too terrifying. In such a short time, the nine-eyed black cat and bloodhound had been killed. The nine-eyed black cat was only a rank 1 expert, but the three-headed bloodhound was different. He was a rank 4 expert from the primordial age, and was only a small level lower than Zhou Bao. Now, the antennae on top of his head had been destroyed, and even the tubular mouthpart had been smashed into a morning glory that could only injure him by accident. In this situation, the most powerful biological frequency bloodline secret technique could not be used, and even the purple energy beam could not be used. It was clear that he was forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea avatars. These were 3 existences whose battle strength was comparable to a Stage 3 Almighty. If they joined forces to fight him, coupled with the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea. Even if he was a Stage 5 Almighty, there was a possibility of him dying. By unexpectedly, he was already in a state of light injuries. Thinking of this, the purple-armored sky beetle raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. His body trembled, and he was about to escape. If the 2 slender antennae on top of his head were still there, he could leave at any time. Even if he was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, it would not matter. He could fully activate the unique biological frequency in his body. As if teleporting, he could avoid the obstruction of the 9-colored flame sea and leave, but now, he could not use this ability. He could only use his physical body to cross the void and quickly retreat. And the violet ape obviously would not give him such an opportunity. Swish! Swish swish! At this moment, seeing that the purple-armored sky beetle was about to escape, the violent ape thought, and a few sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The Shinong cauldron above his head shot out towards the left side of the purple-armored sky beetle at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a majestic 9-colored flame sea poured out from the mouth of the cauldron, enveloping the void along the way. As for the big-headed black stick, it rushed forward and blocked the path of the purple-armored sky beetle. When it shot forward at an extremely fast speed, there was also a 9-colored flame sea pouring out from the thick head of the stick, was also Yi Xian's trump card. He did not even have the time to use it in the previous battle. If the big-headed black stick smashed down, there would be a 9-colored flame sea pouring out from the tip of the stick and enveloping the entire body. That would be the end of the purple-armored sky beetle. Swish swish swish, the violet ape also rushed to the right side, completely blocking the right side of the purple-armored sky beetle. At the same time, the black fog body and the skeleton body that were rushing over also blocked the last direction, which was the direction of the purple-armored sky beetle's retreat. Moreover, as they arrived, rolling 9-colored strange flames surged out of the skeleton and the body within the black fog, instantly sealing off this direction completely. In all 4 directions, there was a majestic 9-colored flame sea. In an instant, they combined together and spread out. In just half an instant, they formed a sealed ball, trapping the purple-armored sky beetle in the center of the ball. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, the black fog body and the skeleton body collapsed in an instant, turning into a rain of flames and fusing into the 9-colored flame ball under their feet. The next moment, when their figures reappeared, they had already entered the 9-colored flame ball, rising from the ground in the 9-colored flame sea within the ball. Same. When they appeared, there was also the star violent ape with a big-headed black stick on its shoulder. As for the Shinong cauldron that had originally blocked the left side of the path, it had disappeared. No one knew where it was hibernating in the huge flame ball. It could suddenly jump out at any time and launch a fatal blow. At this point, the overall situation was set. With this huge 9-colored flame ball that was close to 1 billion miles in diameter, the purple-armored sky beetle, whose slender antennae had been blown off, could no longer escape. But whether or not he would fall here today was still unknown. This was very helpless, but it was the truth. Chapter 4594. This time, I've really failed miserably. The purple-armored sky beetle, who was standing in the center of the 9-colored fireball, had a look of grief and indignation on his face. His divine sense voice was also transmitted at this moment. His eyes, which were glowing with faint purple light, kept glancing at the 3 Blood Sea clones of Yi Xian. Even if you join forces to fight me, so what? Even if you use this huge fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames to trap me inside, so what if I can't escape? There's not enough time after all. Within 2 days, even if you join forces, you won't be able to kill me. And the 2 powerful early-stage Supremes that I've invited will arrive here in 1.5 days at most. Bao Yuan, I advise you to stop. You've already killed 11 of the 12 powerful existences. It's enough no matter what. Don't make a mistake and leave immediately. Otherwise, the one who will die in the end will only be you, Xiao. Before he could finish his words, the eyes of the violent ape standing 300 million miles to his right flashed with a blazing light. Original at this moment, the big-headed black cudgel on his shoulder disappeared in an instant. Humph. It's useless. Seeing this, the purple-armored sky beetle snorted coldly, but he secretly raised his guard. In his opinion, it was naturally impossible for the big-headed black stick to kill him. It couldn't even severely injure him. However, this stick was formed by the Shenong pestle after all. Even if he was a rank 5 almighty, it would definitely hurt to be hit by it. Thus therefore, although the purple-armored sky beetle didn't seem to care, he had already raised his guard. As soon as he saw that the situation wasn't right, he would immediately withdraw and dodge. This time, his attention was no longer on the back of his head, but on the front of his face that had been hit earlier. Bang! A woo! The sound was followed by a miserable shriek. There was a huge blood bump on the back of the purple-armored sky beetle's head. It was visible to the naked eye. The power of this blow was too ferocious. A dignified Tier 5 Supreme Expert was actually struck dizzy. Heavenly Bull, you don't have a chance, but I have plenty of time. I'll kill you within 10 breaths. After that, this Star Lord can still calmly collect the spoils of war and quietly escape. Before the armored heavenly beetle's miserable howls could be heard, Yi Xian's divine sense voice rang out. Boz! At this moment, the skeleton also slowly raised its left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed into form. Gigantic, the shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The body of the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 hunched humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's raging maw had devoured the legs and calves of the 2 humanoid creatures. Its mouth was where the bowstring was, and its hands were at the mouth, as if it was howling. Its appearance was inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly formed from countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the 2 humanoid creatures at both ends. Following that, a low buzzing sound rang out, and a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was Yi Xian's most powerful ability, Fallen Sky Bow. At this moment, as Yi Xian chanted, the eyes of the skeleton clone burst out with a strange golden glow. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the energy bow in his left hand. He held the energy arrow and slowly pulled it. Buzz! In an instant, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to be rippling with invisible waves. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the skeleton released the right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. With this attack, all the power in the skeleton's body was drained. It was not like this when it killed the 3-headed blood dog earlier. Its purpose was to kill the purple-armored heaven beetle in one blow. Right just as he said, Yi Xian felt a sense of urgency in his heart grow stronger and stronger. There was not much time left. the energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unstoppable. In an instant, it seemed as if even the void was broken open. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. When it was so short that it was completely negligible. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed and was already in front of the purple-armored heaven beetle. It's actually the fallen sky bow. But how is this possible? No. In the next moment, the purple-armored heaven beetle's dizziness disappeared. When he opened his eyes and saw the golden arrow in front of him, he was instantly shocked. Whoosh! A whistling sound rang out at this moment. The purple-armored heaven beetle's eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair, but it was already meaningless. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Everything that followed was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered the purple-armored heaven beetle's body, his entire body instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a brilliant purple blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! At this moment, the body of black fog that was rushing over also waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. Just then, the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. After the battle, it would be sent into the Fictional cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. In the blink of an eye, the 12 powerful existences that had come this time, including the purple-armored heaven beetle and the other 4 primordial era almighties, all died in the battle. At this time, with the complete end of this battle, Yi Xian also had a total of 4 almighty blood essences in his hands. As for the supreme blood essences, he already had 17. Whoosh! Whoosh! A huge splash sounded as the skeletal body and the body of black fog collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the 9-colored fireball beneath their feet. Following that, the fireball spread out and turned into a sea of flames. As it rapidly shrank, it turned into a 9-colored light in the blink of an eye and rushed towards the Fictional cauldron in the void. While the remaining purple-armored heaven beetle also flipped its hand at this moment and kept the big-headed black rod into its body. Its huge body that was originally 60 million miles long had shrunk to only about 10 feet. Tight. Following that, faint rays of light shot out. They were the spoils of war scattered in the void. All sorts of resources were kept by Yi Xian in the undying world within his body. Exactly. When purple-armored heaven beetle raised its hand and was about to keep the Fictional cauldron in its body and leave, his expression suddenly changed. His expression suddenly changed, and a sense of alarm surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and directly rushed into the mouth of the Fictional cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Back! When he turned around, his expression was already extremely gloomy. Chapter 4595. Rumble. Hong. Long. 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 An earth-shattering roar sounded. In the distant void, 2 huge void cracks appeared. It was as if 2 terrifying curtains had pierced through the sky. Tight. Then, 2 figures rushed out from the 2 terrifying cracks. One was a space blood crocodile, and the other was a sub-blood white tiger. The former was as red as blood, while the latter had a tuft of black hair on its forehead. Other than that, its entire body was snow-white. These 2 ferocious beasts with extraordinary bloodlines were huge in size. They were more than 100 million miles long. Compared to the 60 million miles long violent ape under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, these 2 ferocious beasts were several times bigger. Until, in terms of cultivation, both the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had reached the 3rd level of the supreme primordial era. They were 2 supreme beings at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the supreme primordial era. They were only 1 step away from the middle stage of the supreme primordial era. Roar! Where are they? Why do I only see a cauldron? Where are the others? Didn't they say that there were 8 Supreme Primordial Era beings and 4 Supreme Beings here? Why can't I see any of them? As soon as they arrived, the 2 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era immediately extended their spirit consciousness to cover the vast void space 100 billion miles away. However, they couldn't find the 12 Supreme Beings who had sent them the message at all. Although there were still many weak space beasts hibernating on the star beasts, they were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to show themselves. However, the powerful spirit consciousness of the Supreme Being of the Primordial Era was able to detect everything, regardless of whether it was 100 billion miles away or in a vast void space. If the 12 Supreme Beings are indeed here, there's no reason they can't find them. There's a faint smell of blood in the void space. And it's not just one place, but many. It seems that there was a bloody battle here. Those 12 guys couldn't have all fallen, right? Indeed. As expected of the Supreme Being of the Primordial Era, Yi Xian would absorb all the blood mist in the void space into his body after every battle. However, the 2 Supreme Beings could still see through the clues and roughly deduce the result. What a bunch of trash. To think that there were 4 mighty figures from the Primordial Era among them. They were all wiped out in less than 2 days. The battle should have just ended not long ago, and that space-raging ape didn't have time to escape. Maybe it was seriously injured and didn't know we were here. Now, he's hibernating in the farmer god cauldron. He should be healing, that's right. Although this violent ape is a monster, and not only does it possess the Shenong treasured cauldron, it also refined the Shenong exotic flame in the cauldron to the level of a 9-colored flame. However, its cultivation is still weak after all. It's already not easy for it to use tricks to kill these 12 powerful existences one after another. That's good as well. You and I will benefit from it. All the gains will be divided equally between us. There's no need to leave any leftovers for those guys. There's no need to say any more. Let's capture this violent ape first. I'm afraid he doesn't know that a great disaster is about to befall him. It only takes 3 days. Let's do it. Roar! Roar, rumble. After roaring and roaring, the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger attacked at the same time. They each opened their mouths and spat out a ball of energy light, shooting toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded in an instant, and the Shenong cauldron, which was like a giant star, shook violently twice. As soon as it stopped, the space blood crocodile and sub-blood white tiger in the distance spat out 2 more energy light balls. Even the farmer god's cauldron field could only last 3 days against a full-powered attack from a Supreme of the Ancients and 2 Supreme of the Ancients. Xian had already returned to his original height. At this moment, he was standing above the volcano in the central region. He looked up at the sky and the cauldron with a gloomy face. Rumble, under his feet, the vast land in the cauldron was shaking violently. This had never happened before. We are in trouble this time. Under the joint attack of the 2 Supreme Beings, the cauldron's field can only last for 3 days. Yi Xian muttered softly, in this kind of situation, hiding in the cauldron is no longer the best choice. The only way is to charge out, place the cauldron above my head to protect my body, and then try my best to see if I can escape. Even if it is impossible, at least we can force the headless baby to attack. However, we can't completely rely on that guy. We have to make some preparations. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he instantly made a decision. Now, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, including the 60 million kilometer enormous body, the boundless vital energy and blood within the 1st level of cultivation, my peak strength is already at the 3rd level of the Primordial Era. I am only 1 level away from the 4th level. The 3rd level is only the peak of the initial stage, but the 4th level is the middle stage. The difference between the initial stage and the middle stage is still very big. Therefore, I should make use of these 3 days to break through one more level. This way, if the headless baby is unreliable, I will have a better chance. Anyway, this battle is very intense. Even if I break through, it will take at most 2 days. It won't take more than 3 days. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes glinted coldly as he sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano. Xiao xiao xiao. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the field of the Shenong cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a baby's fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Voila! The nascent fishball formed from cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large river of boundless energy. As for Yi Xian's body, the sound of chains clanging could be heard from everywhere. Just like before, this time, there was only one shackle in Yi Xian's body. This was something that was within his expectations. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to it at all. He immediately focused on activating the large river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. The battle this time was extremely intense, even surpassing the previous few battles combined. After all, this time, he was fighting against all the primordial era experts. Chapter 45-96. As the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Yi Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles broke. When the shackles were completely broken, the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 2 Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 2 Universe Supreme. Level 2 Universe Supreme. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at level 1 Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach level 2 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately rise to level 2 Universe Supreme. If he added the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline into his body, his combat power would be comparable to a level 3 Universe Supreme. This time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would have the strength of a level 3 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would be comparable to a level 3 Universe Supreme. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and qi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was already comparable to the desolate ancient supreme being at the 4th level. A level 3 Universe Supreme was only at the peak of the initial stage, but a level 4 Universe Supreme was already at the middle stage. For Yi Xian, his chances of escaping from the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron increased by 20%. Of course, even with this 20% increase, his chances of escaping were still not high. This was because before this breakthrough, his chances of escaping were only about 20%. Taking into account the 20% increase in his chances of escaping from the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding outside the cauldron, he only had a little more than 40% chance of escaping from the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding the cauldron. Not even half. He could only say that he was taking a risk. After all, this was the only choice under such circumstances. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse if he continued to hide within the farmer god cauldron. Rumble. Rumble. The earth-shattering rumbles continued to resound, and the entire space within the cauldron shook even more violently than before. Even some of the spirit birds and spirit beasts that resided in the continuous mountain range were so frightened by this continuous rumbling that they all retreated into their respective nests. They trembled as if doomsday was coming, and they didn't dare to show their heads at all. Calculating the time, Yi Xian had only used 2 days to achieve this breakthrough. According to his previous estimation, there was still about a day before the Shannon Cauldron's domain would be broken. But this day was meaningless to Yi Xian. Since they were going to rush out anyway, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. The later it was, the closer it would be to the complete destruction of the cauldron's domain. The attention of the 2 primordial supremes who had been trapped outside the cauldron for the past 2 days would be diverted. Their attention would be even more concentrated. Right now, it just so happened that they were halfway through the bombardment, so their attention should be at its most lax. If Yi Xian were to suddenly charge out while they were unprepared, then the 2 primordial sovereigns might not be able to do it in the first place. He reacted. In this way, he would have an additional 10% chance of escaping. In this way, there was nearly a 50% chance. It was already 50%, and it was enough to take the risk. Success or failure depends on this move. After making up his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Next, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, fully activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability, and adjusting the state to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He did this to buy time, but in fact, Yi Xian wasn't very confident in this. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed extraordinary, but there were 2 powerful primordial supremes guarding outside. Moreover, Yi Xian had used the identity of Violent Ape to hunt in the supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. He had encountered several dangers, but in the end, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to instantly escape. All of this must have already spread. Even if the 2 powerful primordial supremes guarding outside didn't know how Yi Xian did it, they must be certain that he possessed a mysterious escape technique. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the other party not to have made any preparations for this. After all, they were primordial supremes. Even if they hadn't lived from the distant primordial era to the present world, the fact that they could cultivate to such a high level in the environment of the future was enough to prove the talent and methods of these 2 primordial supremes. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's speculation, the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the Shannon Cauldron had most likely already set up a method to counter his interstellar coordinate jump ability in the void outside the cauldron. Or perhaps they had already prepared a method to counter this escape technique and so on. From this point of view, Yi Xian's current order to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to fully activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He only had the thought of doing his best and leaving it to fate. Of course, in addition to this preparation, Yi Xian also transmitted a few divine senses to the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest. Unfortunately, the headless infant corpse didn't wake up and didn't respond. This was also just a test. Right now, Yi Xian only hoped that if he was unable to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability, then if he were to encounter a true life and death crisis while he was forced to use the Great Void escape, the headless infant corpse would be able to wake up in time and help him. If this hope failed, Yi Xian's only hope was to find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the 2 primordial supremes' ability to counter his escape technique after rushing out of the cauldron. In this way, he could smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body. In this way, he could finally get rid of the 2 powerful primordial supremes. Huff! After checking all the preparations again and confirming that there were no problems, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. In the space inside the cauldron, he had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape to the 9th state. However, his body still maintained a height of about 10 feet. Therefore, at this time, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was at the 3rd level of the primordial supremes. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the earth-shattering roar sounded again. This meant that the two primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron had just spat out another energy light ball a moment ago. This was the best time. Whoosh. Chapter 4597. In the Void. The farmer god's treasure cauldron hovered in front of them like a giant star, but at this moment, it was shaking violently. This situation had been going on for more than 2 days. On the left and right sides of the cauldron, there were two figures floating in the void 500 million miles away. These two figures were more than 100 million miles in size, which was extremely terrifying. They were much bigger than the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and the aura emitted from their bodies was even more terrifying. Both of them had reached the third-order primordial venerable realm. In other words, they were at the peak of the early-stage venerable realm, only one step away from entering the mid-stage venerable realm. These two figures were the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger that had trapped Yi Xian and the farmer god's treasure cauldron 2 days ago. As time passed, the farmer god's treasure cauldron shook more violently after 2 days of bombardment. During this period, the starry sky violent ape that they had never seen before did not show up. This made the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger even more certain that it was severely injured and was in seclusion in the space inside the cauldron. As a result, they relaxed their vigilance in case the ape suddenly rushed out of the cauldron and took the opportunity to escape. After all, they had been bombarding the cauldron for 2 days. In another day, the farmer god's treasure cauldron would be broken. Even if it was just a short moment, it was enough for them to take action and drag the ape out of the space inside the cauldron. Yes, thinking of that scene, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were overjoyed. They had never heard of this starry sky violent ape before. After all, it was already at the peak of the early stage of supreme desolation. It was basically dormant in its cave residence, preparing to break through to the middle stage of supreme desolation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to pay much attention to the outside world. However, after receiving the purple-armored sky beetle's request for help, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger immediately investigated. Presently, their understanding of this ferocious ape could be said to be absolutely not inferior to any existence in the various forbidden grounds on the right bank of the Milky Way. This violent ape definitely had a huge secret on him. His cultivation had increased too quickly, and he even grasped some kind of incomparably mysterious escaping secret technique. These treasures were enough to tempt even the primordial supremes. Not to mention the farmer god's treasured cauldron floating in the void right in front of him. It could be said that as long as they were able to capture the violent starry sky ape this time around, their gains would be so great that even if they split it equally between the two of them, it would still definitely be considered as an overflowing bowl. All of this was obviously without the slightest suspense. In less than a day, Bao Yuan would be captured. Roar. Screech. Thinking of this, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger roared happily. Then, they opened their mouths again and spat out a huge energy ball. Swish. Shio. Boom. Rumble. An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. These two huge energy balls were extremely fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was 500 million miles away. The moment the two energy balls exploded, the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron began to roll even more violently. Even the shaking of the entire cauldron became more and more shocking. In the void, a muffled sound of resonance could be heard because of this. The starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had been watching this scene for 2 full days. They had long since gotten tired of it, but they still felt extremely happy. They felt that with this attack, they were one step closer to the time of the final harvest. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Swish. An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. From the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was rolling violently in the 9-colored fog, a figure rushed out. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. Originally, his body was only about 3 meters tall, but the moment he rushed out of the cauldron, he expanded to a size of 60 million kilometers, and a gigantic starry sky violent ape appeared in the void of the universe. Without the slightest hesitation, as soon as his body rushed out, the violent ape shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish! Almost at the same time, the farmer god's cauldron, under the command of Yi Xian, also shot out and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the violent ape's head and steadily floated there. Rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering rumble resounded. From the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, a canopy of 9-colored unusual flames appeared. It was like a raging river had suddenly spilled out and instantly poured down. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of the violent ape was enveloped within. This was Yi Xian's defensive method. With his speed, he would definitely not be able to outrun the two primordial sovereigns who were at the peak of the early stage. If the other party were to get close to him, even though the violent ape's physique was strong, he would still be severely injured in an instant. But now, with the farmer god's cauldron's 9-colored sea of flames turning into a curtain that enveloped his entire body, the two powerful primordial sovereigns wouldn't dare to get too close and launch a close-range attack. Although they were primordial sovereigns, they still didn't dare to rashly touch the farmer god's 9-colored flames. Of course, even if they couldn't kill him at close range, they could still follow behind him. Just like the previous 2 days, they could spit out balls of energy and bombard Yi Xian. However, the farmer god's cauldron was still hovering above Yi Xian's head, and his domain had not been completely destroyed. It could still hold on for about a day. In other words, within a day, these two powerful primordial sovereigns would definitely not be able to hurt Yi Xian. Since they couldn't attack him at close range, the balls of energy that came from afar wouldn't be able to break through the power of the farmer god's domain. This was Yi Xian's chance. As long as he could find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the two primordial sovereigns' ability to restrain his escape technique, he would be able to smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. He would finally be able to get rid of these two powerful primordial sovereigns. Although the chance was slim, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yi Xian wouldn't give up. He would definitely fight for it with all his might. At this moment, as soon as he jumped out of the farmer god's cauldron, he immediately launched himself forward at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 500 million miles away. The starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were originally guarding the farmer god's cauldron on the left and right respectively. They were also 500 million miles away from the farmer god's cauldron. In other words, in the blink of an eye, the distance between the starry sky violent ape and the farmer god's cauldron had widened to 1 billion miles. 1 billion miles was nothing to the primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns. However, after all, Yi Xian was also running away at full speed, and the two primordial sovereigns had been attacking him with all their might for 2 days. Nearly half of the energy in their bodies had been consumed. Under such circumstances, the difference in speed between the two was still not small. Chapter 4598. Boom! Hong, long, long, in the void, earth-shattering booms resounded unceasingly. The speed of the ape was too fast, comparable to a 4th-ranked Desolate Era expert. Today, it was pushed to the limit. Above its head was the Shenong treasured cauldron, which looked like a gigantic star. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of Shenong 9-colored flames, which burned fiercely. In this state, even the primordial chaos void couldn't withstand the extreme speed. Although it didn't shatter, an incomparably deep rumbling sound came from the void. In the blink of an eye, the rumbles were 500 million miles away from the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. It all happened so fast that neither the star-blood crocodile nor the sub-blood white tiger could react in time. The two 9 heaven supremes of the ancients exclaimed in astonishment when they were around 120 million miles away from the Bao ape. Damn it! That Bao Yuan rushed out suddenly and rushed away with the farmer god cauldron, 3rd-level great being of the antiquity era. How can he be so powerful? didn't they say that he was only a universe supreme? Damn it. He must have been making breakthroughs all the time. No wonder those 12 pieces of trash were killed one by one. What a bunch of idiots. We were fooled too. Bao Yuan wasn't hurt at all. He's already a third-level great being of the Antiquity era, and his real battle strength is comparable to a fourth-level great being of the middle stage. Judging from his actions after he rushed out of the cauldron, he must have been prepared. Now that he's surrounded by the 9-colored flame, I'm afraid we can't get close to kill him. It doesn't matter. One more day, the domain of the farmer god cauldron will be broken. At that time, we can kill him with an energy ball from a long distance away. Remember to leave a trace of your soul for soul searching. There's a shocking secret on this Bao Yuan. Don't waste it. Roar. Screech. As the divine sense sound came out one after another, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger no longer hesitated. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a screech. Pang Da's terrifying body, which was 100 million miles long, instantly shot forward. And left. One on the left and one on the right, they gave chase with all their might. Their speed was clearly much faster than the fleeing violent ape. After all, he was a powerful supreme of the Desolation era. Even if he had spent a lot of energy attacking for 2 days, he was still much stronger than the star violent ape, whose strength was only comparable to a fourth-order Desolation era expert. Swish. Whoosh. The starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger didn't hesitate to open their mouths and spit out energy light balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, they spat out energy balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, it had already blasted forward. The violent ape had a terrifying 9-colored flame sea covering its body. They didn't dare to get close to attack it. The only way was to bombard them with energy balls from afar. However, at the same time, Bao Yuan had the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above his head, which was pouring down the power of the domain to protect him. Therefore, they had to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron as soon as possible in order to have a chance of injuring Bao Yuan. In front of him, as the 2 huge energy light balls blasted toward him, Yi Xian was instantly alarmed. Almost subconsciously, his body suddenly leaped upward, and in an instant, he was more than 20 million miles away. Swish. Swish, boom. Rumble. The 2 energy balls were so fast that it could make people's hair stand on end. They almost brushed past the body of the violent ape, which was protected by the field of Shen Nong's cauldron. They dashed forward and blasted 2 ferocious beasts into ashes along the way. After successfully avoiding the energy bombardment, Yi Xian's spirit was greatly boosted, and his eyes were shining brightly. When he had just rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he was only 50% confident that he could successfully escape from the 2 powerful supreme of the Desolation era with his own strength and means. But now, Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. He was at least 70% confident. Because he suddenly realized that there were some factors that he had overlooked before. He didn't take them into account at all. Now that he was surrounded by the 9-colored flame sea, the 2 supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him didn't dare to attack him at close range. They could only blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron so that they could use long-range attacks to hurt Yi Xian. And to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, even if they kept bombarding it, it would still take a day. But now, although Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he could avoid the energy light balls that bombarded him from behind every time, he was confident that he could avoid 4 or 5 of them out of every 10 times. During the short period when he wasn't hit by the energy light balls, the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron would recover a little. In this way, the 2 supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him wouldn't be able to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron for a day. According to Yi Xian's calculation, this time should be about 5 days, which was several times longer. At the same time, because he had to chase after them while continuously spitting out huge balls of light that consumed a huge amount of energy. The two supreme ancients behind him could not recover their energy for the time being. Moreover, this kind of consumption situation was very exhausting. Moreover, the situation would become more and more serious. In the long run, their speed would only become slower and slower. Perhaps now in the chase between Yi Xian and them, the two supreme of the Desolation era had the advantage in terms of speed. The originally huge gap of 120 million miles between them was shrinking. But the speed of this shrinking would become slower and slower as the speed of the two supreme of the Desolation era decreased. At most, they would be equal in a day or so. In other words, after a day, the distance between them and the Bao Yuan would no longer be shortened. Then, in the next 4 days, because the speed of the two supreme of the Desolation era would become slower and slower, the Bao Yuan would gradually gain the advantage in this regard. In other words, the distance between the two sides would slowly increase again after a day. Although the speed of increase might be very fast, at least this was an extremely exciting sign. When Yi Xian rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he had already tried. The void was shrouded by a mysterious force, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body couldn't be smoothly activated at all. This mysterious force obviously came from the two powerful supreme of the Desolation era, but in this state of extreme speed, they couldn't cover a vast area, at most 5 billion miles. As long as the distance between Yi Xian and the two sides was more than 5 billion miles, he could instantly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to safely escape this great void chase. It was because of all this that Yi Xian was sure that his chances of escaping had skyrocketed from the previous 50% to 70%. Swish. Chapter 4599. A day passed in the blink of an eye. With the farmer god's treasure cauldron suspended above its head, its body was enveloped in a sea of 9 colored flames, and its entire body was protected by the power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron. It had been fleeing at full speed. Behind it, the two powerful primordial masters, whose bodies were more than 100 million miles long, did not stop for a moment. While chasing with all their strength, they continued to spit out energy balls from their mouths, bombarding the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog from a long distance away. After a whole day of fleeing in the void, the distance between the two primordial masters behind the violent ape had been greatly shortened. Now, it had been shortened from the initial 120 million miles to about 400 million miles. But, it was very dangerous. Whoosh! Whoosh! As their figures flashed across the void, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again, each spitting out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded the front. Boom! Rumble! The two energy balls were so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the violent ape. This time, because the distance was shortened to about 4 trillion miles, the violent ape had no time to dodge. These two energy balls both bombarded the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded, and the giant cauldron suspended above the violent ape's head shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Roar! Screech! Whoosh! Whoosh! After hitting the target, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were 400 million miles away, were greatly refreshed. After raising their heads and letting out a shocking roar and a violent roar, they did not hesitate at all. In an instant, they opened their mouths again and spat out 2 energy balls, blasting forward. For the whole day, they had been chasing the violent ape at full speed while doing the same action almost without stopping for a moment. The energy consumption in their bodies was too great. Even the supreme masters of the ancients could not bear it anymore. When the last 2 energy balls were spat out from the mouths of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, their speed, which had already slowed down a little compared to a day. Although However, the decrease in speed was very small, to the point that it was practically undetectable. However, it was precisely this small decrease in speed that allowed them to instantly turn from a weak advantage to a weak disadvantage when compared to the fleeing raging starry skies apes in front of them. That's right, from this moment onwards, the speed of the starry sky crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was already inferior to the fleeing starry sky ferocious ape, but this difference was truly too weak, and it was utterly impossible to notice. But, Olives of the violent ape says. From this moment on, the distance between the violent ape, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was gradually narrowing. It had entered a new state. The distance between them was slowly widening, but the margin was very small. If Bao Yuan wanted to widen the distance from 400 million miles to 5 billion miles, he still had a long way to go to get out of the suppression area of the two supreme masters of the remote antiquities secret technique. According to Yi Xian's deduction, the field of Shannon Cauldron could only hold on for 4 more days. For Yi Xian was not sure if he could widen the distance to 5 billion miles in 4 days. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best. Roar! The head let out a furious roar, and the violent ape subconsciously leaned to the right, but its speed did not change at all. Its entire body was still like an extremely fast-flowing arrow, shooting forward. As it turned to the left, the Shannon Cauldron, which had been hanging above the violent ape's head, also changed its position slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two abandoned stars were blasted into cosmic dust and disappeared. Roar! Boom! The first attack had hit the target, but the second attack had missed. This result made the starry sky blood crocodile and sub-blood white tiger extremely unwilling. They raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and howl. Almost in the next moment, they activated the power in their bodies and opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, another 2 huge energy balls with a diameter of 5 million miles were shot from behind. Boom! Along the way, the void of the universe let out deep, rumbling thunderous sounds, which were terrifying to the ears. Boom! Boom! 1 day passed. During this day, the violent ape unleashed its extreme speed and increased the distance that had been shortened to 400 million li to the current 800 million li. Although they were only 400 million kilometers apart in a day, Yi Xian's heart was filled with excitement. This was because in the next 3 days, the starry sky blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, who were following behind them, would continuously spit out balls of energy. The energy consumption in their bodies would become greater and greater, and their speed would become slower and slower. Thus, on the second day, the gap had only widened by 400 million miles. However, on the third day, it was very likely that the gap would widen by 800 million miles. Again in the future, the harvest would most likely be even more gratifying. In this way, he might have a chance to widen the distance between himself and the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger to more than 5 billion kilometers. As long as Yi Xian could get out of the range of the two primordial supremes' mystic arts, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. In the blink of an eye, he had left quietly. At that time, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger might be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. One thing. In fact, even now, the two old guys already wanted to vomit blood. On the previous day, they had narrowed the gap between them and the violent ape from 120 million miles to 400 million miles. They were about to catch up, but unexpectedly, the gap between them began to widen. Unknowingly, after another day, the previous 400 million miles had been widened to 800 million miles. This result made the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger feel deeply helpless. They finally realized how difficult it was to deal with the violent ape. But, it was too late now. The energy they had consumed before could not be replenished in a short time. Unless they stopped and immediately went into closed-door cultivation, they could recover in 1 or 2 days. However, the violent ape in front of them was also a powerful figure of the primordial antiquity. If they gave it a day or two, it would be long gone. At that time, even if they recovered their full strength, what was the point if they could not find its shadow? For example, Chapter 4600. In the void of the universe, a 9-colored sea of fire, which looked like a giant star, was passing by. Above the sea of fire, there was a huge cauldron, more than 1 billion miles behind. 2 powerful primordial masters were closely following it. They were the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the rapid speed, their figures flashed across the void. The starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. Whoosh! In an instant, each of them spat out an energy light ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own, and it blasted forward in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! The speed of these 2 energy light balls was so fast that it was simply amazing. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached 1 billion miles ahead, approaching the 9-colored sea of fire. This time, the violent ape, who was surrounded by the 9-colored sea of fire, still couldn't avoid it. The 2 energy light balls both blasted at the mouth of the Shannon cauldron, which was enshrouded by the 9-colored fog. Whoosh! In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and the giant cauldron hanging above the violent ape's head shook violently. The 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, which looked very thrilling. Roar! Roar! Whoosh! Whoosh! After this successful attack, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were nearly 1 billion miles behind, raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and roar. Without any hesitation, they immediately opened their mouths again and spat out 2 energy light balls, which blasted forward. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't know where he was at all. After rushing out of the high-level forbidden area, he found a direction and went straight ahead. Now, more than 2 days had passed. He could only run forward, because if he changed his direction, no matter to the left or right, there would be a powerful primordial master chasing after him in a straight line. This was tantamount to wasting the distance that he had worked so hard to open in an instant, and it would more or less shorten the distance. In the distance to the left, there seemed to be a powerful forbidden area. Next to this forbidden area, there seemed to be a powerful star domain controlled by the survivors of the ancients. Because at this moment, as the violent ape fled in the front, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were chasing from behind. From time to time, they would open their bloody mouths and spit out huge energy balls. The commotion in the air was too great. In the void on the left side of the front, countless ferocious beasts and survivors of the Desolation era had been alarmed. They rushed out of the edge of the forbidden area and the star domain in horror, looking in this direction. The beasts and survivors of the primordial era who had the qualifications to come out of the star nest to watch the show under such earth-shattering circumstances were naturally not weak. Even if they were far away, if their strength was below that of a universe knight, even if they were undying emperors, facing the terrifying supreme power of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, although they wouldn't directly explode and die, they still couldn't escape with some internal injuries. That's right. The beings rushing out of the 2 forbidden areas and the star domain in the distance ahead of the front left side of the front were all above universe knights, whether they were the beasts or the survivors of the Desolation era. There were even a few powerful beings of the Desolation era and several survivors of the Desolation era who were also powerful beings of the Desolation era. There were powerful beings of the Desolation era. Obviously, these 2 neighboring forbidden areas and star domains were top-tier forbidden areas and top-tier star domains. Even so, when they saw what was happening in the void on the other side of the front, the beasts and survivors of the Desolation era, whose strength was at least at the universe knight level, suddenly changed their expressions greatly. Including the dozens of powerful beings of the Desolation era and the survivors of the Desolation era, they all exclaimed in shock. My God! What happened? Two supreme beings of the Desolation era are chasing after us from 1 billion miles away. Starry blood crocodile. Sub-blood white tiger. I've heard that these two supreme beings are guarding a supreme forbidden area on the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. I didn't expect them to show up here. Two supreme beings of the Desolation era are alarmed at the same time. Who is the being in the gorgeous sea of flames in front of us? Shinong Cauldron. Heavens, the thing hovering above the nine-colored sea of flames is actually the Shinong Cauldron. From the looks of it, the nine-colored sea of flames enveloping the fugitive under the cauldron is most likely the Shinong nine-colored flame. This cauldron is a legendary supreme treasure, an ancient treasure with unpredictable power. No wonder two supreme beings of the Desolation era are chasing after it. No matter who it is, they won't give it up easily. It's strange. Judging from the power of the nine-colored sea of flames, the being hiding in the sea of flames seems to be only a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era, yet he can escape from the pursuit of two supreme beings of the Desolation era. This being is not to be trifled with. He must have extraordinary means. I've never heard of such a terrifying being in the supreme forbidden areas or supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be? Hiss. Violent ape. I understand now. It must be the famous violent ape, who has been hunting the beasts in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. A few years ago, his goal was only to become an emperor. But soon, he became an undying emperor, followed by a universe knight, a universe master, and a universe supreme. I heard that not long ago, even a universe supreme master had become his target. Now it seems that the rumors must be true. This violent ape already has the power of a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. It's easy for him to kill universe supreme beings. The change of the target represents the change of his power. In just a dozen years, this mysterious violent ape's power soared from an emperor to a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. This is unbelievable. Public enemy. With such bloody killing methods, this violent ape must be the public enemy of all the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Howl. Howl. In the two neighboring forbidden lands and star regions on the left, everyone rushed out of their territories and into the void outside to watch. Then, they all cried out involuntarily at the same time. 1 billion miles behind Yi Xian, the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were chasing after him, raised their heads and let out a roar and howl at the same time. Immediately afterward, the voice of the two old men's divine sense spread out in an instant, resounding through the void of the universe within 10 billion miles. The forbidden grounds, fierce beasts, and desolation survivors in the distance, without exception, all heard it clearly. Fellow Taoists, please take action and stop this violent ape with all your might. Chapter 4601. Fellow cultivators, please do your best to stop this violent ape. That's right. We can't let him escape. He's too murderous and must be eradicated. Besides, he has a shocking secret. Once we succeed, all of our fellow cultivators, no matter if they are powerful beings, universe supreme beings, or universe masters, they will all share the secret. This violent ape was able to break through from an undying emperor to a third-level powerful being in the primordial era in just a dozen years. The secret in his hands is too shocking. Fellow cultivators, don't you want to increase your cultivation level quickly? If you want to gain something, take action immediately. We will take action to capture this violent ape. You only need to block his path for a moment. Howl. Howl. The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the void space on the left, especially the dozen powerful beings with the cultivation level of the primordial era, who were chasing after Yi Xian in the void space a billion miles away, were moved instantly. Heart with a slight change of thought, the two of them raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and howl. Then, the two old men's voices were transmitted instantly, echoing in the void space within a billion miles. The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the left, without exception, all heard it clearly. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom. His previous deduction was not wrong. It had already been 2 days since they had arrived here. According to the development of the situation in the past 2 days, the blood crocodile and the white tiger, who were chasing closely behind him, were still spurting out energy light balls to bombard the Shannon cauldron. Also, it would take another 3 to 4 days to temporarily break the power of the domain of the Shannon cauldron. But, now, the distance between Yi Xian and them had been widened to about 1 billion miles. Also, in about 3 days, this distance would exceed 5 billion miles. Next, by then, Yi Xian would have escaped the range of the two Supreme Beings' secret techniques. Once he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, he would be able to escape smoothly in an instant. Unfortunately, man's calculations were not as good as fate. Everything had been planned for a long time, but the sudden appearance of the astral beasts and the survivors of the primordial era on the left side immediately triggered a change. Among the space beasts and the remains of the Desolation era, there were a total of 11 beasts that emitted the aura of the Desolation era. The strongest one among them was even a rank 8 Desolation era Almighty. He was a late-stage Almighty, only 1 step away from the peak stage 9 Great Perfection Almighty. Although they were far to the left, they were still in front. If they attacked, they would be able to block Yi Xian's path. However, Yi Xian couldn't change his direction at all. He was 1 billion miles away from the two primordial supremes chasing after him. If he turned to the right at a 90-degree angle, although he could avoid the 11 primordial supremes on the left, the distance between him and the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him would be instantly shortened by 700 to 800 million miles. Such a result was almost hopeless for Yi Xian, because in the remaining 3 to 4 days, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to widen the distance to 5 billion miles, but if he only turned to the right at a 45-degree angle, he wouldn't be able to avoid the 11 powerful primordial supremes on the left side. As a result, there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. Once Yi Xian's figure stopped, the starry sky blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, who were only 1 billion kilometers away, would instantly catch up. At that time, Yi Xian wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. Roar! These thoughts flashed across the sea like lightning. Bao Yuan, whose mind had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless unwillingness. Swoosh! 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 At this time, the 11 primordial supremes on the left side of the void finally moved. Their speed was extremely fast. Their figures all turned into streaks of light, and blasted in front of Bao Yuan's path to intercept him. What should come, came in the end. Most after the last glimmer of hope was destroyed, Yi Xian's heart suddenly sank again, and he made a choice in an instant. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. The astral violent ape, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, directly changed direction at this moment, and blasted forward at a 90-degree angle to the right side of the void. This choice was very helpless. The distance between Bao Yuan and Bao Yuan, which was nearly 1 billion miles, was rapidly shortened by the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him in a short period of time, to about 200 to 300 million miles. Such a result was too miserable, and simply unbearable. But, it was better than rushing forward directly, and after a short while, being stopped halfway by the 11 powerful primordial supremes, and then being caught up by the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him in an instant. In short, there is still a chance of survival if you turn 90 degrees to the right to escape, but if you go straight ahead, there is no chance of survival. I, the Star Lord, hereby swear that if I don't die today, in the future, I will torture and kill you one by one. Only then will my hatred in my heart disappear. Roar! At this moment, as his figure turned 90 degrees to the right, Yi Xian's indignant and unwilling voice sounded in the cosmic void within a radius of billions of miles. At this time, the 11 primordial supremes in the distance, who had already moved forward and were considered to be involved in this matter, didn't pay attention to him at all. They were sure that Bao Yuan couldn't escape today. No matter how many harsh words they said, it was just nonsense, and had no meaning at all. While the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were chasing closely behind, were relieved when they saw that Bao Yuan was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right. They immediately changed their direction and took a shortcut to catch up with Bao Yuan. At this moment, their originally tense heartstrings were completely relaxed, because as Bao Yuan was forced to turn helplessly, the distance between them, which had been widened to nearly 11 billion miles, would be shortened again in an instant to about 200 million miles. If, at this time, as long as they gritted their teeth and tried their best, and no longer spouted energy balls to bombard Bao Yuan, they would be able to catch up with Bao Yuan in one day at most. Then, they would attack Bao Yuan for another day, and they would be able to break through the power field of Shenong's treasured cauldron and capture Bao Yuan alive. Time passed slowly. As Bao Yuan turned around, the 11 primordial supremes, who wanted to intercept Bao Yuan, were left far behind. However, they didn't give up and kept following Bao Yuan closely, as if they wanted to get a share of the action. The astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had also caught up with Bao Yuan. As they didn't spit out energy balls during this time, their speed had increased, so the distance between them and Bao Yuan had been shortened to only about 100 million miles. Chapter 4602. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian encountered a new enemy. 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings appeared in the space in front of him on the left. They directly cut through and blocked Yi Xian's path, forcing him to turn 90 degrees to the right. Such as. Although he managed to leave the 11 primordial era experts far behind him, the distance between him and the star blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which was originally about 1 billion miles, was quickly shortened to only about 100 million miles. The price was too painful. Yi Xian was almost mad with anger. No, I don't have much time. With such a weak speed advantage, I won't be able to escape 5 billion miles in 3 days. Murmuring, Bao Yuan moved forward rapidly while thinking of a countermeasure. Very soon. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since it's like this, I'll make a last stand. I'll take advantage of this time to make another breakthrough. After fighting 4 powerful ancients in a row, plus the small improvement in my state of mind, the last breakthrough is not at all at my limit. In fact, it's far from it. Plus, I've been running with all my strength for 2 days, and I've been dealing with the bombardment of the Shenong cauldron from time to time. The gains from the last breakthrough have basically been completely integrated into my body and divine soul. In this case, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to make another breakthrough in just 1 day. In this way, my peak battle strength will reach the 5th level of the ancients. Although my battle strength has only increased by 1 level, my speed will be greatly improved. During this process, the speed of the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which are following me closely, will become slower and slower. Meanwhile, my cultivation base will once again break through to the next level. As a result, my advantage in speed will become more obvious. There are only 2 days left. Even if I can't escape 5 billion kilometers, 3 to 4 billion kilometers won't be a problem. In this way, after the Shenong cauldron's domain is temporarily broken, I'll grit my teeth and have the hope of escaping 5 billion kilometers away. It's better than not having any hope at all. As for the day of the breakthrough, I'll shrink the Shenong cauldron a little. In this way, even without my control, its speed won't be reduced too much because of its small size. More importantly, after its size is reduced, the probability of being bombarded may also decrease. In this way, I may be able to buy more than 3 days. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't hesitate any longer, and with a thought, his entire body transformed into a ray of light. Bringing along the entire sea of 9-colored flames that enveloped his body, he followed the mouth of the Shinon cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and charged into the space within the cauldron. Buzz! Almost at the same time, he activated the power of the Shinon cauldron's domain and adjusted it. Its originally massive size of over 40 million kilometers shrank by quite a few times, until it was only about 1 million kilometers wide. Immediately after, Yi Xian adjusted the power of the cauldron's field to the front, moving at an extremely fast speed in a straight line. After that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about anything else and immediately sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Due to the urgency of the moment, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered around him. It was the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Then, Yi Xian immediately activated the field of the Shinon cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Voila! When the nascent soul fish ball condensed from cultivation resources entered his mouth, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from his body. All the resources turned into a majestic energy river in an instant. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. Here as expected, Yi Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Just as he'd expected, there weren't many obstacles to the breakthrough this time. In just a day's time, the large river of energy that had formed within Yi Xian's body had been completely refined. Following that, the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Yi Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles were broken. When the shackles completely broke, the expected system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Level 3 Universe Supreme was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation base was at the second level of the Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach Level 3 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to Level 3 Universe Supreme. If coupled with the majestic energy and blood in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Level 4 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. Then taking into account the majestic energy and blood in his body that was 60 million miles long, his battle power would increase by 1 level. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Yi Xian could display right now was already on par with the Primordial Era Supreme Expert at the 5th step. But what he was interested in now was not the increase in battle power, because there were 2 powerful Primordial Supremes chasing after him. Not to mention the increase of 1 level, even if it was 2 or 3 levels, it would not be significant. But the change in his speed brought by this 1 level of battle power made Yi Xian extremely happy. Although Level 5 Universe Supreme and Level 4 Universe Supreme were only mid-level Primordial Supremes, Level 4 Universe Supreme was only the beginning of the mid-level Primordial Supremes realm. However, Level 5 Universe Supreme was firmly in the mid-level Primordial Supremes realm, and in terms of speed, it was much faster. Rumble. Rumble. Earth-shaking rumbles continued to resound, and the space inside the cauldron under him shook even more violently than before. Just as he opened his eyes, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the space inside the cauldron. It was obvious that the treasured cauldron had been hit again. However, Yi Xian was not anxious, and his eyes shone brightly. Chapter 4603. Another day has passed. I wonder if the Shinong cauldron has been able to close the distance of 100 million li in the past day, or if it has widened a little more. Although he knew that this was basically impossible, because without his control, the Shinong cauldron was being chased by two powerful primordial supremes. It was already good enough that the distance between them was not shortened. It was a bit too much to hope that it could increase the distance between them. With a touch of expectation, Yi Xian quickly activated the power of the field to investigate the situation outside the cauldron. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but as soon as he looked, he was stunned. Then his expression changed slightly, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected, after losing his control, the Shinong cauldron had shrunk in size, but its speed was not slow, but it was still getting closer. This might be because the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had seen through Yi Xian's plan, so the frequency of their bombardment of the energy balls decreased, causing their speed to increase slightly. At this time, it was meaningless to investigate the reason, because the facts were the facts. Originally, the distance between the cauldron and the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger chasing behind it was more than 110 million miles. But now, after a day, this distance had been shortened by more than half. Now, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the cauldron. Also, fortunately, Yi Xian was now in seclusion, otherwise, the cauldron would have been intercepted by the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger in about 4 hours, and then the situation would be even worse. Although the distance has been shortened to about 20 million miles, there are still 3 days. With a flash of light, Yi Xian murmured softly, "Now that I have broken through again and have the speed of a 5th-stage supreme being, I will definitely be able to increase the distance again in 3 days. Speaking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot into the sky of the space inside the cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the void of the universe, the 11 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era were nowhere to be seen. Ever since Yi Xian turned 90 degrees to the right, they were left behind in an instant, but now, the heaven blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the farmer god cauldron. Whoosh! Xiao! The figures of the two primordial supremes streaked across the void. The star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, they each spat out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Speed in the blink of an eye, they blasted forward. Boom! Rumble, the speed of the two energy balls was shockingly fast. It was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1 billion miles away. Although the size of the cauldron had shrunk to only 1 million miles, but this time it still couldn't avoid them. The two energy balls both blasted into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The giant cauldron shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron tumbled violently, looking very thrilling. Roar! Screech, there are still 20 million miles. At most, we can catch up in 2 hours. At that time, once we force the cauldron to stop, we can't let the violent ape escape. One day, the violent ape has been in the space inside the cauldron for a day. This guy is too cunning. He must be up to something again. We must speed up the progress. After the successful attack, the heaven blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were in high spirits. They each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and a violent howl. Whoosh! Rumble, almost at the same moment, from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, a ray of light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a 60 million miles long star-sky violent ape. It was Yi Xian. Following that, as the figure of the violent ape appeared, a 9-colored sea of flames poured out from the cauldron, enveloping the huge body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. Well, the violent ape didn't stop for a moment. As soon as it rushed out of the cauldron, it rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The farmer god cauldron, which was originally uncontrolled, also expanded in an instant, reaching its full form of 40 million miles. It suspended above the violent ape's head, pouring out an invisible force field to protect the violent ape's body. While, in the blink of an eye, the violent ape, who rushed out of the cauldron, was no longer in danger. At close range, with the 9-colored sea of flames protecting the body, even the remote ancient supreme didn't dare to touch it easily. While, with the long-distance energy bombardment and the protection of the farmer god's treasure cauldron's invisible force field, unless the cauldron's force field was temporarily broken, no matter how many energy balls bombarded it, it would not be able to shake the ape. At least, according to Yi Xian's prediction, he would be safe for 3 days. At this moment, as the figure of the violent ape reappeared after a day, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were following closely behind, were stunned. Then, the voice of the divine sense sounded, revealing endless horror. What happened? The aura emanating from the ape's body is actually that of a fourth-order primordial god. Damn it, after only 1 day, he actually broke through after entering the space inside the cauldron. This kind of speed is simply outrageous. He really has a shocking secret. He's a rank 4 mighty figure, and with the boundless blood essence within his massive body, this ferocious ape's true battle prowess is already comparable to a rank 5 mighty figure. Damn it, his speed has increased yet again. I can't continue like this. The distance that was just closed is going to be pulled apart again very soon. Whatever, before the distance is pulled apart, attack with all our strength. We must force him to stop and intercept him. Otherwise, in a few days, we will be in a passive situation again. Don't hold back anymore, attack with all your strength. The final moment is coming ahead of time. Violent ape, you forced me to do this. Roar. Screech. In horror, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger roared again and again. In the end, they let out earth-shattering roars and howls together. Without hesitation, they opened their bloody mouths at once. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rumble. Rumble, boom, the earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. This time, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were obviously going all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one, but dozens of them in an instant. The 2 supreme masters of the ancients put all their strength together, and for a moment, nearly 100 energy balls were shot out from behind. Hiss, almost at the same time. A crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side, 10 billion miles away. Void.